And going live now. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Crazy R Us. DragonMetal Saga. What's going on, everybody? It's a treat to be back once again after a hiatus of a couple of weeks. But it was incredible. We're on session 54, right? What you said? And you're right about that number? Oh yeah, you watched the other episode, yeah.
What my journal says.
You trust? Yeah, I trust her journal 100%.
I was gonna say
That's
I
right.
will trust her journal over anything else.
Yeah, agreed.
So Shae's journal says it says 54.
Okay, Shae, thank you.
I think the only thing we can't 100% trust in Shae's journal is the pronunciation of some things. Otherwise,
That's true.
I think it's right.
100% true. Kieran, DeMarco, Gory Details, Bubba Lone Wolf, and all you other amazing folks. If I missed anybody, thank you. Look at that level hype train when we were just in our waiting to go live phase. You guys are amazing, and that's because of BT and Fate. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. And
BT and Kieran.
Yeah, BT and Kieran.
I was BT and Kieran. Oh yeah, Fate did his on Thursday. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having mic issues, and so I misheard him.
No, you're good. But I will say real quick, Gory Details, I love that you're playing Majora's Mask right now. That is my Jimmy Jam when it comes to Legend of Zelda. And it just reminded me that I actually have and just recently bought an actual ocarina that works, and I need to learn how to use it.
Yes, we were there.
Can confirm. Did buy an ocarina.
And he even played it in the back seat and was pretty good with it.
No. I whistled through it. That's all I did. I didn't play it.
DeMarco, thank you for the Prime sub. Stormy hugs to you.
Yeah, the ocarina he bought came with a lovely little manual and, how to play songs.
Yeah. It needs to come up here though.
So, session 54. Before we jump into it, I just want to say that it was such an honor and a treat and a privilege to be able to spend IRL time with extirpatefate and Druid IRL.
They got to see me be all gremlin in public.
Yeah. And see, Fate is way more suave and debonair than even you guys experience on screen. Like, holy shit! I came away having fashion envy. The man is a fucking fashion genius. I think.
Oh man,
he's like a living version of his own art.
Thank you. Yes,
You're welcome.
I like
It's
that.
true.
I like that.
Goblin girl.
And
I'm like, of course, I know. I
And
encourage
Druid
him.
is just as much the bundle of energy that you would expect her to be.
Oh my
Man,
goodness,
such a
right?
treat. Like, whether we decide to
Final
move
day.
their direction, I can say this, that they would be one of the big reasons why we would do it. Like, probably number one reason. We have to decide if it's the right place for us. And honestly, it's not even about place at this point with the kind of state of the economy, both US and globally, kind of in flux at the moment because of factors that we won't name, but everybody knows about. It's one of those things where we're not sure we want to be taking that risk at the moment. We're going to wait the next 100 days and see how things go.
To say the
absolutely.
time change, even though it was only 2 hours, it like kicked my butt. Cause
Did it?
yeah, I'm used to getting up at like 6 a.m. Central Time.
Mm-hmm.
So my body was like waking me up at 4 a.m. PST, and I'm just like, go back to sleep.
Yep. The first 2 days that we were back, I still felt like we were there. Even though, we were still kind of waking up at the same times, just in my brain, it felt like, oh, it's this time, but
Yeah.
I got to teach them what good coffee tastes like too, so that was good.
She's right. I mean, we've had good coffee before. The best I'd ever had before Cafe Cochina
Not sponsored. Everybody go
Yeah.
to Cafe Cocina
Yeah.
and buy coffee now.
Yeah, the best I'd ever had before that was a place in the Space Needle in Auckland, in Auckland, New Zealand. And now since I've had Cafe Cucina, if you're ever in that neck of the woods, I don't want to dox them, but if you're ever in the area where you will find this coffee shop, my God, you must treat yourself, even if you don't like coffee.
They have really good spiced chai too. I can confirm.
Yeah.
Druid got me hooked on the spiced chai.
I would buy you all the coffee you ever want, Kieran, if you ever show up here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
I would do it.
She did.
Yeah.
They did.
They also
I just-
CEO of the company too, which was really
Yeah,
He's the
he's a
roaster.
badass human being. I liked him a lot. He was so funny.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
The food was really good too.
Oh my God. Food everywhere we went was great. It was expensive as fuck, but it was good.
Oh no, I was talking about the food at Cafe Cocina.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Their sandwiches were
Yeah.
on par.
10 out of 10. Great food, great coffee.
Great people.
Great people too.
Yeah, I see why Drew
Is
likes to
StarKitty
eat.
cutting out for anybody else?
Yep.
Oh, am I?
She went really quiet and then started cutting.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, keep talking.
But yes, 10 out of 10. Cafe Cocina. Great place. Recommend. Let me go drop a Yelp review. No.
Yeah. And riding the ferry across the sound was such a fun experience. We got to do it during the day and at night. So we got to see the Seattle lights lit up at night, and I took a few pictures.
I think riding the ferry at night is better, in my opinion.
I wanted to
it's
share
better
with you. I didn't get to
than-
share with you, Druid, but on the way back on that night that we took the ferry over across, there was a young goth girl there, like a teenage goth girl. I was like, look at that! It's young Druid in the past.
He did say that, and I looked over and I was like, yeah, I can see it.
Because back in the day, I had the black emo swoosh bangs. I had
Nobody
to
wants
break
If
The
you
hair
were
flip,
back
and
in
then-
the day, were they 3'3"?
And then I had the big purple Liberty spiked hair. I
White
was more
seer, that
emo than goth.
yeah. Well, White seer, your comment sounds more like some sort of weird fantasy fiction prawn than an actual cool story.
Ride the ferry. Hey, maybe.
Anywho, guys, thank you so much. Yeah, we're looking forward to the future when we can hang out again, whether it be at StormCon or whether it be back in Washington again. Honestly, I wouldn't mind, visiting again. I really liked the vibe of the city where they're at and some of the other local cities that we checked out. So.
I mean, I think our next trip, you, me, Druid, and Fate should all go visit BT.
That would be amazing. Go to Europe. Yeah. Fuck yeah. And if we're in Europe, we gotta somehow.
It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be
Yeah,
a
say we have to go that extra
It'd be-
mile and meet Kieran too. He's
We gotta
he's
take, like,
a
a
few
month.
states over, even though they're not states, they're countries. But it's
They're
similar.
states for us, okay? It's fine. It's gonna be no big deal.
Yeah, go visit BT, see White Seer, see Kieran.
Of course, White Seer. That's right. White Seer would be even easier because he's already also in the UK. So, yeah, we could nab BT and make it over to, I don't know, somewhere in the middle. Meet Kieran in
Just
the
drag
middle.
BT around with us.
Mm-hmm.
And where exactly do you think you can drag me? I can't fucking
Anyway.
walk.
Listen.
Throw your ass into a wheelchair.
Listen. I know how to do it. And my other half, I know how to do it.
You're experienced in navigating people into a wheelchair. Yeah.
But you know what's more fun than that right now?
What? Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
I'm ready.
All right.
The
So,
temptation to pin this comment.
No.
so here we go with the recap, guys.
Introductions first.
Oh yeah, introductions. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome back to DragonMetal Saga session 54. I'm your host and dungeon master StormyD, and you all have landed at Stormkeep, where we have a lot of fun with Dungeons and Dragons. Over here to my left is one of my other amazing streamer player friends and my significant other partner in life. Please introduce yourself, lady.
Hi everybody, I'm itsStarKitty and I'm getting over a cold.
and your character?
Oh yes, I play Shae, the Grey Elf Ranger, Drake Warden Ranger with a Dragoon named Milo.
Okay, we've missed that, so. And then, that other adorable person doing the finger thing, it's his turn now.
I don't see no adorable people over this way, so it must be someone else. Fate.
It's you, dude. It's you, dude. Come on.
Okay, fine. Hi, I am BT, aka BananaTom, and I play Sindri, the rock sorcerer gnome.
Rock sorcerer gnome.
Gnome sorcerer.
I mean, it's still right.
So now I want you to, sometime in the future, make a rock sorcerer. Like, all of his spells are like rocks and earth and dirt and...
How about we have some barbarian that just throws rocks, and he is a rock sorcerer. He casts rocks!
I mean,
He just does things with rocks and stones and big boulders.
I don't hate this idea. I don't hate it. I love it.
I cast boulder tops.
Yeah. The boulder's confused.
Whiteseer's got a point. Isn't a rock sorc just a druid?
Rocks.
I mean,
Kinda,
my
sorta,
first
yeah.
thought was bard. I thought bard. That would be a rock sorcerer because they're playing the
rock.
The other guy.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 4. Well said,
good
you
one.
guys.
The real D&D based game that we all wanted.
Yeah. All right. So the next one over, going up away from that way. No, that way. With the green hair. Please introduce yourself, my lady.
I am Druid IRL, and I play Thyra, daughter of Tyr, descendant of the Valkyrie Gwenhavar, Rune Knight fighter and Oath of Justice paladin, wielder of Raven's Edge, member of the Freelancers, the diviner of smites and slayer of demons, eater of meats, destroyer of cisterns, bonker of heads, demander of sandwiches, and wearer of yoga pants.
Okay.
Lists.
Well said. Well done. Holy shit. And the gentleman without his owl. There he is.
The owl, I stare at Echo all the time during D&D because he's right under my camera.
Oh.
So when I look at the camera, I'm looking at Echo's beady little eyes staring at me.
That's awesome.
They're unblinking, unflinching. Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate, and I play Merrik, who is a spell-slinging wizard. And this is Echo. He's a little guy. Yeah. And as our other friends who recently came to visit us realized that Merrik is far closer to fate than most of y'all realize.
I'm here for it. 100%.
Just saying.
Yes. It's true. We both can confirm. I think actually, I think that Fate is the alter ego and Merrik is the real him.
It's probably pretty accurate. See no argument from me, sir.
Double O for show. Hello, welcome in, sir. Well then, all right. So that was the intros of everybody. Let's do the quick recap because it was literally
Remember what happened last time?
2 weekends ago. So the party,
We need another call.
the adventurers, 2 weekends, 3 total weeks. Sticking to it. The adventurers had a. Is that the wrong team? It's the wrong team.
It is the wrong team. That is the team for tomorrow.
That's the team for tomorrow.
Technical difficulties, people.
Need help?
Yeah, that is the team that I am going to be running through a module.
So
Yeah, one of the
shaking.
model that you're using for
I'll
Thyra
put it on.
Druid was perfect for one of their characters too. So
For our paladin. We got a paladin tomorrow, a rogue, a cleric, and a bard.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
here I'm gonna spread these out because you know.
And they're all starting at level 1.
It's gonna be an interesting experience. I'm just,
Like it.
Oh, I see
you
it.
know.
I'm going to try my best not to TPK them.
Oh, you're not gonna TPK us.
Do it.
So these are the alternate forms / additional like monstrous things. Because I don't know if you remember Fate, but you have the Big B's hand. That's what we use for the Big B's hand.
The arcane hand. Yeah.
Anywho, there we go. All right. So I'll just sort of, as an easy way to recap it. They were on the mission called the Cache of Galadoon. Basically, they're looking for the hidden treasure. Not that kind of cache. CACHE.
It could give us that kind of cash.
Yeah. A legendary mythical hero from the past on Valion, which is Merrik's homeworld, basically had a tragic end, and his party disbanded and hid their powerful gear somewhere, wherever they buried him. And recently, an archaeological expedition uncovered a journal from one of the original members of that adventuring group. And that journal kind of, it had a map that seemed to somewhat in a regional area locate potentially where the lost hideout of the adventuring group was. The adventuring group was called the Noble Chancery, and the other thing that was in the journal was a cryptic poem that seems to be some sort of secret message for people to find and uncover this tomb and this cache. And so their group in this particular mission was sponsored by the 2 different guilds on Progentica for enchanters and basically for sorcerers and for wizards. And they're co-sponsored by both of these guilds for both of our mage players or mage characters, Merrik and Sindri. And the poem in the journal was the following: Round and round the points you go, but never will you find the home until first ye understand the source of the flow. Forever lost you will be until you seek the beginning of the compass you see, delving low into the cavern's darkest deep to find Galadoon in his restful sleep. And
Here it's
they the party did a remarkable job. They with Shae's incredible tracking skills, they were able to explore the region. They found a lake that was not hinted at in the journal at all, but there was something about this lake that was a little bit off. They found surrounding the lake at basically the compass points for the lake were these obelisks, and they seemed to be almost like needles on a compass. And at the very north of the lake was the river, the kind of flowing river that flows into this lake that headed farther north. They explored that as well, were able to very creatively and cleverly escape some hill giants by just flying over them at night. And then as they made their way up that river, they found the source of the river was a waterfall, a raging waterfall that was fed by a much larger lake higher up in the mountains. And while they were there, they discovered that the waterfall had, in a way, a secret waterfall hidden behind it. In that someone using powerful magic that would shape stone had created a causeway, basically a pipe, from that larger lake into the bottom of this waterfall, which the smaller waterfall would have just created a small stream. But adding this extra kind of magical tube in the cliffside to the bottom of the waterfall made it look like it was raging at the bottom, and it created the large flowing river that obviously made what they now call Compass Lake. And so what they determined was that Compass Lake was artificially created using magic. And based upon the poem, they now are under the sort of logical deduction that they must return to Compass Lake and explore something at the lake to potentially find this cache. I don't want to forget also that they used legend lore. Sindri's, BT's character Sindri used legend lore to get a glimpse into the past, and it seemed to show it must have been at night, in the dark, a large kind of keep in the side of a cliff base, and that was the sort of, and it was near a lake, and a dark lake. And he, in the vision, he saw that in that keep was where they buried Galadoon and all of the gear of the group, because 2 of the members of the group had fallen in battle. So the remaining members decided they were gonna retire, and that's what happened. So, did I miss anything? No?
Not that I remember.
All right. So now, this is gonna be tough, since it's been like, a while. A couple of sessions that we missed. This time I'm gonna use the stream one. So that puts Thyra going first. Thyra, from what you remember, what stood out most to your character last time? Oh, I did
Doesn't-
overlook one thing. Sorry to interrupt you. As they were making their way back from the waterfall to Compass Lake, as they were turning around to head back down, they encountered a frost and fire giant that came out of the forest. But they quickly stunned the shit out of them with a couple of powerful spells from both the casters and just ran on past. And so they again avoided conflict directly with the giants. Now,
Flew past.
right? They literally flew past. And now to you,
Also,
sir.
since he said tube before, I've got to say, otherwise it will be stuck going round in my head forever. It's not a tube.
Not a tuba.
I mean, I think
As soon as
You
he
know
said tube, it was like, nope, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Hold it back, and it was just going round and round and round in my head.
You're so bad.
That's why
You're
you'll
so
see
bad.
me mouth stuff sometimes because that I have to say it. I have to just.
It needs to come out, otherwise it's gonna carry on going round.
Mhm. Yeah.
Pick your time to say it so it doesn't interrupt.
Okay.
Fucking god.
Hold on. I'm derailed myself. I'm quite thankful and impressed that we were able to access our humble abode while here on whatever planet we are currently on.
Helion.
Baleon, thank you!
You're welcome.
Here on Baleon. Everything else, not a shock.
Okay.
Because I remembered that it was very iffy if we were going to have the house or not.
Mm-hmm. All right. It looks like it's skipping over the next person in line. So, Sindri.
I must admit, I wasn't expecting to see those two giants when we were leaving the waterfall. But I bet they weren't expecting that mighty headache that they're going to be left with. Poor bastards. It must have been like staring into the void and it reaching out, ripping your spine out. Well, at least your brain, I suppose. Watch too many of those films with the alien that can cloak. I think it's called Hunter 1, 2. Then there's Hunters. I think there's a few more as well.
And a Wilds reference?
Martian versus Hunter.
That's
Martian
clear.
versus Hunter's Requiem.
I think he's referencing Predator.
no. Yeah, I was about to say, what's my call sign? Yeah.
Oh, your
never
call
had
sign
one
was
with a call sign.
Predator? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, BT.
But yes, not spiraling off into the abyss like their brains. It was a good move to just quickly fly past them. I thought I was just going to buy them some time, but then Merrik really fucked them up. But we're back to the idea that there's something under this lake, which we thought originally. I suppose we're back around again. Right round, baby.
See what you did there, asshole. Okay. Next is Merrik.
Yeah, I did not expect those giants. Those were giants. Yes, I agree with you, Sindri, that they got a little taste of the void. I bet it felt like infinity for them. Probably only about a minute, but it must have sucked for them. That being said, should have known that we should have stayed at the lake. I am a bit irritated at myself that I went backwards with this riddle, this poem, whatever. At least I can see in the water for a little bit. Think. We're gonna get wet, aren't we? Thyra, don't forget to take your armor off before we go in the water. It's heavy. It'll sink. Along with you. She'll figure it out. We crack on?
For those who who missed Isles in the Mist, that was a self-own by Fate because he literally, his character jumped into a lake in a cavern.
No, I didn't jump in. What made it worse is I was just walking into the water towards the edge, and then I just stepped off and went, fuck.
Yep.
It's a good thing we had water breathing.
That's true. But I sunk like a Goliath.
So,
He sank like a stone.
yeah, but
Big,
it's
giant,
great.
fleshy bipedal stone.
Yeah, I sunk like pumpkin in the water. Sorry, I hurt my own feelings. Carry on.
All right.
My mom wanted to see if my friend she could swim, and she couldn't. We're good.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, nope. I saw the finger stretch. I was like, shit.
I saw the coffee go up, so I was like, let me wait.
Thank you. Go.
Dear Journal, it's me, Shae. Guess what, Journal? My ranger training has been useful this mission. Shae didn't get us lost, mostly. But Shae did fail to track for giants at some point. Shae will be better about this going forward, maybe. Shae does want to avoid an all-out war on Mr. Merrik's world so he can come home and it's the same as he remembers. But, Journal, the giants we did find were handled by Mr. Merrik and Mr. Sindri. Magic is awesome. Why can't Shae do that kind of magic? P.S. The mission we're on is to find the tomb. Well, so far, we got nothing other than puzzles to solve and traveling all over the place and avoiding giants. We haven't found anything yet. Why are we here? Note to Shae, ask friends why we are here again. P.P.S. Journal, Shae has found some new recipes to make in her downtime while in the new home we have. Guess what it is? Come on, guess. It's bread. Shae found bread recipes. She's going to make lots of bread and what is this banana bread recipe? Ooh, stew!
The look on his face is priceless.
I held off smiling as long as I could.
I think it'd be great if Sindri loves bananas.
Yeah.
You can't not have one.
Oh no, Shae's
that's
gonna be
good.
making lots of bread and it's gonna be like, Mr. Sindri, this is all the banana stuff. Please stay away from it. Have everything else.
Wonderful.
Sorry, BT, I had to put in the banana dig.
IRL, BT has been baking quite a lot of bread recently.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
What kind of
Yes.
bread?
Oh, just the basics of white loaves and shit like that for making sandwiches and stuff. I'm right at the beginning because I'm like, start with white bread and then we'll start getting a bit more extravagant from there on out when I know what I'm doing.
Gonna get into that sourdough starter stuff?
Probably not.
All right, guys, we're going to go chat dark now as we jump into the role play. Thank you all for coming. We're gonna have a intermission in about an hour, and hour and 15 minutes. So thank you all for coming. Enjoy the show. Here we go. Oh. So. Descriptions. So this is what's going on now. You guys were able to make your way down the river very, very quickly since you were flying. And it's a good enough distance away that, and it's still like early in the day, that you make your way back to Compass Lake without incident, leaving the giants far behind in their stunned fugue state for a whole
stunned fugue state.
Yeah, a whole minute, and they're just gonna chalk it up to being hungover. I mean, there's still obviously a chance that they might wander your direction, but at least for now, you have a couple hours to buy that you've bought, and so you're standing now at the mouth of the river. Surveying Compass Lake once again. And just like your original hypothesis, it turns out this is somehow the place in the poem, at the very least. And it'll be up to you guys to determine how you investigate this. And so I'm gonna open that up to you. You guys are standing before the lake, checking it out. What do you do next?
Question: how wide? Remind me again. How wide is the space of the river where we saw the obelisk at the north? Because it was the north obelisk that was in the water, in the river. How wide is that?
How wide is the river?
Yeah.
It's a pretty wide river, but not like basically. Like 100 feet.
Okay. And from where the obelisk is, it's within my range to be able to see it without wading into the water.
Maybe not 100 feet. I'm going to say 60 feet, but yeah. Where the obelisk is to... I'm sorry, your question again? I just had to picture it in my head.
Yeah, so when we first found the obelisk, it was because I was able to see it in the water because it was overlaid with, kind of a similar space in the ethereal plane.
Right.
Now, I know that only extends out to a certain distance because of that site. So the obelisk is within view from the bank of the river, from where we would stand.
And now that you're viewing it through this lens, literally again, after having practiced with it more, it suddenly dawns on you that there's a really cool side effect of this badass eye that you had installed. And that is that, and you could have actually, if you had more time to practice with it, you needed to experience this seeing things into the ethereal plane and orienting it to see basically using all of its capabilities to realize that this eye, not only does it see things as they are, right? It sees things that are magical. So effectively, it's like an always on detect magic. You never really have to cast detect magic again. If I remember correctly, though, I indicated that the obelisks were not magic. correct? Or did I even say? Did we even discuss it?
You never identified if they were magic or not. I was just able to see it because I was able to close the eye that was looking in the real world and see purely ethereal, and
Gotcha.
there was no water in that space.
Right. I don't think you guys ever cast detect magic when you studied the obelisks previously, even any of the other
We
ones.
did not.
Yeah.
No.
In which case, now that you're starting to realize the full capability of your eye, because it's been taken a few days since you've had it.
Days.
Now you realize, like there is a mild bit of magic on the obelisk. Of course, the other obelisk is too far away to be able to but the one that you're near in the middle of the river radiates a small bit of, I guess, enchantment magic, like it's enchanted in some way.
Okay.
And studying it,
All right.
the enchantment magic, you can roll an arcane knowledge check if you want to.
While he does that, the other thing I was going to mention was we did discuss last time that I was going to use Alter Self to get under the water.
Right.
Merrik
The
had
gills.
decided something as well, but I can't remember what Merrik had.
I think you guys are gonna, talk out. What we'll do is we'll work out what you guys want to do to deal with wherever you want to go next.
We had already discussed it while we were deciding the lake previously.
Okay.
I'd mentioned that I also have Alter Self. I just would have to prepare it by the next day because I don't have access to it right now.
And I do remember that we had a conversation where I basically said the Rangers should be able to change out their spells each day because they have such a small retinue of spells anyway that they're not going to be OP if they can switch out their spells each day. So, like, it doesn't break the game in any way for them to be able to switch out their spells. So,
But you also made the argument that it's very similar to Druidic magic and they can do it.
yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Druids and clerics, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes sense that a person who's in tune with nature would be able to, request things from nature when they need it. They might need to sleep on it, but so the magic. If you roll an arcane knowledge check or your arcana skill check, is and if you tell Sindri what kind of magic it's enchanted with, he can roll too.
You said it was enchantment magic.
Right.
Right. I rolled a 21 total. Sindri,
Yes?
this obelisk is it's enchanted.
Oh.
Yeah. I wonder if its enchantment is what may be hiding the entrance. Do you mind trying to suss that out with me?
Yeah,
I'm a little disoriented. This eye, it's really cool, but you should see what's floating around your head right now, mate. Just saying.
So,
Look that way.
what you got a 21 and he got a
16.
okay. Based upon you studying the obelisk and the type of enchantment is you both get the sense that it's likely like an arcane mark. It's really, there's nothing like powerful or special about it. It's an arcane mark designed to magically mark a place or a thing. It can be a place or a thing. Like, for example, it's an older magic. You don't see much in favor anymore, but basically it allows a magician to sort of point a direction or to backtrack, if they want to find something again. But yeah. It has no other intrinsic value or power.
Alright, well maybe I was wrong. But this is the right place. So, Shae?
Yes? You call me?
Yes. I think we could use your help.
Really?
The obelisk. Right? Pointing north. Right?
Yes.
We need to find a cave now. And I'm sure you could do it.
I can certainly try.
Excellent. Woods all look the same to me.
So we need to find a cave.
Boys say.
Yes. I would imagine it probably nearby, perhaps well hidden, perhaps magically hidden. On
So we're at the lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Mr. Merrik, the trees
Yes.
the tree that I talked to was talking about a convergence point. I think that's what he said, convergence. Do you think it's this lake?
I don't know, Shae, maybe you should ask another tree.
When you say convergence point, are you referring to?
Where all the
Like a
ley
ley line?
lines come together.
Okay. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna ponder that. The Merrik just is kind of like 1,000-yard stare at the lake,
Okay.
while Fate thinks about what he wants to do with that information.
Just a thought. We're looking for a cave, and you said it could have been magically created or magically hidden.
Maybe. What I would do.
What about a big tube that's been magically created? That now has water flowing through it?
I feel like
It's a good way to hide it.
yeah, I feel like the problem is that we approached this space from the opposite direction of how the riddle was written. Because we came from more of the southern side. If we follow it in order, we would go from that lake to the waterfall, down the river to the compass to the lake, which is in chronological order of the riddle.
For the
As we-
record, I don't 100% think it's that. I just figured it was worth mentioning. Because there was that little voice in the back of my head that just said, what if it's So I figured
No.
I'd better tell you guys rather than just letting it rattle around my head endlessly.
That's fair. I wonder if it's underneath this.
I can go and have a look.
I'm gonna continue to think on how this, I don't know. Your brain hurts.
At this point, Raven's Edge pipes in and says, I wonder if going over the poem would be worthwhile once again.
Round and round the points you go, but never will you find the home until first ye understand the source of the flow. Forever lost, will be until you find the beginning compass you see, delving into the cavern's darkest deep to find Galadoon in his restful sleep.
Thank you for the raid, Eps. Thank you, buddy. Hi, everybody. 10. Get all you
Welcome in,
wonderful
Raiders.
people. The Sammy, hello. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently working on a riddle that they have. Hello, beautiful Tan and my mighty mango mates. Thank you.
Hey, welcomes all the Raiders.
So, we understand
I
the
wonder-
source of the flow.
Yes.
That's from back there. It comes through that magical tube cave thing where the water comes from.
Yep.
That feeds this lake. The points we've got,
Uh-huh.
which is our points on the compass.
By the way, I do want to correct something that you said, Druid. One of the words you had in the poem was slightly wrong. In the sentence, forever lost you will be, it's until you seek the beginning of the compass you see, not find. May not matter, but I just wanted to make sure that it was clarified.
And I wonder if delving low is referencing to diving rather than walking. I wonder if the cave entrance is below in the lake.
I feel
That's
that
what
we've
Tim was
mentioned
wondering.
multiple times about delving in
Yep.
to the lake.
I understand, but this is a rather large lake, and why not check right here first before we start swimming around in a vast,
I mean,
like,
I can cast it. When I adapt myself to the water, I can last for about an hour. And I should be able to cast that 4 times if needed.
Shay has learned so much about her magics that but she'll have to wait and ask nature for it tomorrow. But Shay thinks she has the ability to cast water breathing, but not today.
okay. Well,
Raven's Edge asks, what do we think this part about the beginning of a compass means? What is the beginning of a compass?
well,
It's the direction north.
but see, that's
Was
It's a
that true?
direction, not a beginning, though.
here's the thing. If I were thinking at the beginning of a compass, I interpret it one of two ways. Either the entrance is right on this side of the obelisk, which would be the side, like, from pointing north. It'd be north of that technically, because it's pointing to, and that you start at the beginning, which is the top, or it's quite literally in the center, because that's where you are in relation on a compass. You are standing in the center of the compass as you're looking at it, and the points are facing in a direction. So there's a good chance that it's quite literally smack dab in the middle of the lake.
That makes sense.
That's my guess. So,
And get diving, Sindri.
Okay.
but that, yeah, that's all I got for right now.
Bossy Thyra.
We'd said it enough times. Sindri was itching to try it out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Through that. All right. So what you guys gonna do?
Especially because Sindri's never been swimming.
Good point. So on that note, before we hear what Faye was gonna say, are you gonna use alter self before you go in the water or after you go in the water? What's your experience? What are you gonna do?
Well, I know that Sindri knows that he can't breathe under the water. So it's like sat at the side of the water, like feet in the water. He's going to cast it there.
Okay. You were saying that you were going to do something while he's doing that?
Yeah, while he's doing all that, I'm just gonna like keep my left eye closed and try to perceive as much through the eye to just kind of see this space and get an unobstructed like lack of rushing water, moving water, and see if there's anything that jumps out like right here along the edge. Just kind of like, I'm just trying to stare through the water, just kind of look around. So,
all right. So obviously there's only so far you can look. Of course, when you're standing near the obelisk, you can look at that and stuff. But you know, you still have only a visual range of what you have. And Sindri is going to be the one. Luckily, it is a mostly clear lake. Of course, as you get closer to the bottom, this sediment is going to be, alter that, whatever. It's going to get darker and gloomier because of the dirt and the sediment. But you're just the rest of you are going to sit tight while Sindri goes for a swim. What are you going to alter yourself to be?
Yes.
Aquatic adaptation is a very specific part of the spell.
Okay, so you don't transform into a creature. It just gives you the gills of
It gives you gills, webbed fingers, and your swimming speed is equal to walking speed.
So basically, he turns into a little gnome mermaid or merman.
Basically, yeah.
Without the fishtail. Without the fishtail. Yeah. Okay. All right. So are you gonna take your boots off? I'm assuming.
Boots will come off because he has read up on it, and that's one thing that Sindri can say he would do.
Are you gonna try
I'm
and?
sure he would take anything else off. Just
Okay. So he's gonna swim in his robes.
He'll swim in his robes, but he's not going to be diving straight underwater or anything first, because, like I said, he's never swum before.
Right. Are you gonna leave your staff and your backpack next to the rest of the party?
I am going to take the top off my staff and attach it to my dagger, so I can still cast if I really need to underwater, but the staff will be left.
Gotcha.
And obviously, backpacks and
Bag holding.
sort of stuff will be left behind, yes.
yeah, Merrik is aimlessly spinning your staff. Thinking, man, I want one.
Okay. So this is your first time ever going into the water. At the top level near the edge of the shoreline, it's nice and clear and beautiful. You know, you can see pretty far basically to the ground, to the rocky floor. Think Skyrim, right? Or Oblivion remastered. And then, but as you go deeper, as you start to make your way out and you're actually swimming, at first it's a little awkward and weird, but I'm gonna let you roll me
I just want to specify, like, when he gets up to his chest, that's when he's going to attempt how to move around in water before it just, like, drops off or anything. So he's not just, and I'm stuck at the bottom.
I mean, that's pretty easy because of your height, and it's not an immediate drop off. It's kind of a gradual one, and then you can see that at some point it gets darker and bluer, and you don't see so you can tell there is a drop off. There's enough depth for you to do exactly that. So I would think that at first you would kind of walk until, gingerly, you guys see him gingerly walking out and as it gets deeper and deeper, I need you to roll me a will save. Wisdom save, sorry.
That's a 19. Luckily,
Okay.
I rolled an 18. Because
For
I
a second,
really
you have this weird kind of panic feeling because, you're surrounded by this large body of water and you're about to be swallowed by it. But you're a brave soul, so you shake off any nervousness of it. You push on, and now you're kind of swimming in the water. I need you to roll me an athletics check as you move around in the water. Because at first you start to...
Shae's on the sidelines going, "You can do this, Mr. Sindri."
Here's the little cheerleader.
21.
21.
Looks like
All
you're
right.
just floundering in the air.
At first you flounder a little bit, but then you're like, oh, wait, no, with these webbed hands and these webbed feet, I get this. I understand this. This feels almost natural. And you have the feeling like, okay, this wouldn't be so easy if I didn't have these special appendages from the spell. How long does it last, by the way?
An hour.
Okay, fine. So you're like, all right. You look back at the group and you give them a thumbs up, and you're pretty confident you can start doing your thing.
Yeah, I'd literally to the point where I'm about to dive down, where I can see that it drops off. That's where I'd just poke up and shout. Whether they hear me or not is a different matter. But
Right.
I would shout, "I'm going down now."
Yep, they do hear you because you're basically only about 100 feet from them at this point.
Okie dokie.
And
So yeah.
you dive into the depths, and you have dark vision, right?
Yep.
Okay. So the day, luckily it's just a very lightly cloudy day, so mostly some sunshine, nice cool day, and so there's plenty of sunlight getting into the lake. But of course, at some point it doesn't go very deep. So you're actually, after about 30 feet down, it starts to get pretty dark. And you do note, it's interesting as you go down and you're kind of pausing to kind of float underwater, and since you can breathe through your gills, that's a unique experience for you. It kind of tickles and itches at first as they do their thing, but when they suck in all the water and let you breathe, it's like, oh, this is pretty cool. And for a brief moment you accidentally swallow a bit of water, and you're like, oh, and then pop back up and cough it up and realize, okay, no, I got to just not use this and just use this. and you get used to it very, very quickly and instantly. And once you pop back down and you start to dive into the deeper depths of the lake, kind of looking as you survey the drop off, you realize, based upon some of the old stumps of trees that are covered in moss and other plants now, and the way the rocky crag is, this looks like it was a small valley a long time ago. And in fact, you would guess that it's when I say small valley, I mean like a depression, not very deep. In fact, once you have kind of gotten, you eventually get your bearings and you get to the bottom quicker than you think. It's about 120 feet down. So it's not crazy deep. But it definitely, there is that drop off. So, hey, Pelican, sorry. Yep, I know. So you guys you swim down deeper into the depths of the darkness, and you're getting used to it, and you now have a surveillance of the surroundings. Now where do you go?
My imagination would have got to the center of the lake.
So you want to swim out to the center of the lake as possible? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and then go straight down and work
So you're
our
gonna-
way out in a direction.
You're going to come back up to orient yourself. You guys see him pop back up, and he swims far out into the center of the lake. And then as he's looking around to see if it seems like he's oriented around the center, you see him disappear into the lake again. And you just swim all the way down. And at the deepest point is where you realize it's about 120 feet down. and there's a lot of, this valley had a lot of rocks in it. And the center part of the valley, again, it's not a deep valley, obviously 120 feet isn't a hugely deep valley, more of a depression, but there were sort of layers. And obviously the water filling in, the edges, there were more trees, but those have all basically have become part of the lake, as it were. But the center is very kind of clear. It's mostly rocks. And you moving around in it and seeing occasionally you see a big giant catfish float by at the bottom and it scares you, but it's not like giant, just like, big, right? And you're thinking, okay, but that might be good eats. And you don't see so far in the depth. At first, there's a little bit of spookiness as you're going into the deep parts because your dark vision goes out to 60 feet, but at the edge of that, something could just emerge out of the darkness. And it's that sort of spooky feeling of what could just come out of nowhere, floating in the ether in front of you. It's not ether, it's water, but you know what I mean, metaphorically speaking.
I 100% know what you mean, because that's what BT's like under the water in oceans and shit.
So you get it. So now I need you to roll me a survival.
And stuff.
Yeah. So now I need you to roll me a survival check to see if you can locate, if you have located the center properly.
That's 15. I rolled a 14.
Nice. Okay. That was your bare minimum. Exactsies. So basically a difficulty of moderate. And because the real difficulty is in knowing that it's here at the bottom in the center of the lake. And because of the clarity of the water, as you get closer to the bottom, you're kicking up sediment, so it's harder and harder to see. But eventually you do find an outcropping of rocks that reminds you of a henge. And at the center of this stone henge underwater, there is basically a flat stone that you've sort of lost your bearings a little bit, but it's effectively a large round stone. When I say large, like, good 20 feet across, a 20-foot radius. And actually 10-foot radius, so like 20 feet across. And it's interesting though, because it's flattened on the top of it and it's a slope. And so it's obvious that it wasn't like naturally like this. On the sides of it, it's natural looking, but it's basically a sloped stone. And you think, from the way you oriented yourself, again, you're a little disoriented, but you think possibly that you're facing north at the slope. If that makes sense, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. So the slope of it is, I'm looking at it from north, or I'm facing north.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like if it were flat, you wouldn't be able to, but it's not flat. It's like raised up on one side and small, it's flat across the top, and it just seems like a stone,
like
though.
a wedge.
Exactly, wedge. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I was saying. Yep. But a round one, a round rocky wedge.
Yeah.
Right, it's a wedge. It's a wedge.
Right.
What's Wedge doing down here? Oi, Wedge, you need air, man.
So.
Right.
And around this area, there's a bunch of catfish floating around at the bottom. Just occasionally you see regular like flounder and trout floating by your head. Whenever I'm checking you out.
I think he's swim round to the opposite side of the wedge.
The wedge.
Reg.
Just to check, like, an opening or anything.
No, there's nothing. It just looks like from this side of it, it just looks like a tall rock.
And from that, I'll then make a full circumference of all the... You said there's like a henge thing down there as well, didn't
Right.
you?
Basically,
So I'll go and
rock.
investigate all those as well.
Gotcha. Interestingly, as you're kind of checking them out, you realize that at each of the compass points is a larger rock, and then at each of the middle compass points is a smaller rock.
But essentially, it's like an actual compass down here as well.
Right.
With that, because I've had a good look around, I can't see anything that's jumping out at me straight away.
Right.
I'll swim back to the surface to try and get a location on where I am roughly in the lake.
Okay. Looking up at the light above, well, actually, where you're at, you're deep enough that it would still be dark. You head straight up, and after a short period of time, you start to see the light of the sun through the water, and you make your way back to the top. And sure enough, you're pretty confident that you're smack dab in the center of the lake, and that your hunch that the wedge faces north was accurate.
Would I be close enough that I think I could shout to them?
No, probably not. It's a bit of a distance.
In which case, I'll take out my dagger and I'm going to cast Firebolt just like diagonally.
Diagonally
So it's
towards
not gonna
them?
be straight aimed at them, but into the air.
Like a flare.
Like a flare.
Basically, yeah.
So he
Does
shoots
it
a
fall?
magical flare up way out in the center of the lake. You can barely see him breaking the
I
surface
know
of the
it's
lake.
risky, but
Right? Yeah. And you guys...
As soon as I see that flare, I'm gonna warg into Echo, and I'm gonna bamf Echo as close as I can, and it's only 30 feet, and he's gonna just sprint as a bird, because I can't tell if Sindri's in trouble.
And
So I'm gonna...
Thyra's gonna look over at Shae and just be like, I might as well fly out there as well.
And Shae's just, woo.
And
All right.
Thyra is gonna start flying out towards him as well.
All right, so Thyra and
Echo.
Echo are flying out with Merrik warging into Echo. You guys make your way very quickly to the center of the lake, and sure enough, Sindri is waving up at you guys. And what now?
once they're here, I will explain that there is... So down at the, like directly below where I am now, there's some sort of stone structure, like stones placed round as compass points, and also one that's quite a large circular rock, but it's on a wedge. Couldn't see anything that had like an entrance or anything like that from the look that I did. I had a quick look round at all the points, but I'd say finding a compass down here is probably a good sign of something.
Did you want to ride back to the shore?
No. Thank you, but I'll make use of the ability while I've got it.
Excellent.
I'm still not exactly skilled at swimming.
I can tell.
All right. What you up to over there?
So while Sindri is explaining that, since I'm still there with Echo, knowing that Shae doesn't understand what's going on because she can't hear that distance,
Right.
Merrik is, I'm just going to parrot as Sindri is speaking, so it's like that.
You're gonna relay it to
So
her,
Shae-
basically.
Yeah, so Shae is aware of what's what has been discussed. So by the time everyone comes back, she's caught up.
Gotcha.
The
Shay's
other thing
half
I'll
paying
say-
attention. She's just trying to make sure your body doesn't fall in the water.
Oh,
The
I'm
other thing
sitting.
I'll say after I've explained all that is ask Merrik if he could scan the area, because obviously I've just sent a fireball into the air to see if there's anything anything else that saw it.
Shae just hears, yes.
I said out of context, yes.
And then I'll echo. And the first thing I'm going to look for is I'm gonna have Echo go towards the mouth of the river at the north point, because that's the direction we last saw those giants. And the first thing I'm gonna look for is I want to see if I can see any potential rustling from that general direction first, because that was the last known location. So keeping an eye for that.
Gotcha. Do you
And
want him
while
to
he's
go
doing that-
all the way out to where where they were at, or just sort of to where you think you have plenty of time to hide if they come, that last
latter.
one? Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah. So while that's happening and Sindri's making it back to shore, Fate is going to use the restroom. So be right back.
Okay.
I thought it was about to explain something then.
Yeah.
So yeah, from
Yeah.
that, I'll just start making the swim back to the side.
All right,
Where she-
everybody, you guys reconvene at the shoreline of Compass Lake and confer about the information that you have collected. I'm assuming you tell. I mean, you go over the
And re-explain
information.
it to Shae, yeah.
I know Fate can't hear it, so we'll tell him when he gets back. But at least in a vicinity, in a safe vicinity, in a safe radius from where you guys are at, it doesn't. His Echo didn't see any giants. But that doesn't mean you can't use some other options that you might have.
It would have gone for 120 feet.
What was that?
That firebolt, it would have gone for 120 feet, because that's where I fired it diagonally.
Yeah.
So, and that's its range before it fizzled out.
Yeah.
BT knew it was a huge risk sending up a flare, but didn't have any other way of thinking, and he didn't, this is the spot, so other people have seen where it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was really smart because now 3 of you have a view of where positioning in the lake you need to go. So,
Yeah.
Shae would like to use her ability to sense any giants nearby.
and refresh my memory, it's your tracker sense, whatever that, and it's like a 6-mile radius, right?
Yeah, primeval awareness.
Yeah. So you do sense giants, what you think are, at least in the direction, you think you sense giants in that north, but now they seem to be more northeast. And you sense giants to the south as well, but they're all pretty far away.
Shae relays that information.
And if I remember correctly, it doesn't say location or distance, but I sort of amended it. You don't know an exact location or an exact distance, but you generally know what direction you sense it in and that it's far or close. And
So
so,
there's roughly something there.
yeah.
There's something in that direction. Not sure how far, but also that direction.
Yeah, northeast and due south. Pretty far off. You feel like your senses, your Peter Tingle, your spider senses of favorite enemies, it feels like a comfy enough distance.
So Shae starts explaining to them about the water breathing spell, and she'll have to wait to ask nature for it tomorrow. But with water breathing, Shae can grant it to up to 10 willing individuals. So if you want water breathing tomorrow, you have to be willing. Shae's not gonna force it.
Excellent.
Okay. He's got his earplugs back, his earphones back in again.
Yep.
And what was it that we needed to recap for him?
Giants have moved northeast as per him in Echo and Shae's.
Yeah, Echo didn't see anything in your immediate radius. Shae went ahead and did a backup, burn a spell slot so that she could use her enemy tracker thing. And she senses giants to what she suspects is those giants that you guys ran into, because now they're northeast, and to her it feels farther away. And then there are some giants to the south, but they also are pretty far. And that would make sense because that would be the giants near the ruined tower. So.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So,
what is
I
next for the team?
I guess it's tomorrow then?
Seeing as you've got to adjust what you can cast over a rest period, is there anything you fancy legend loring? Well, I can use up some of my magics.
No, I actually had a completely different idea that I wanted to try tonight. But we have to wait until till we go home.
I know for a fact I'm definitely not trying Abenaki until I can be in a safe place and try that one again.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I'm not feeling like that out on a mission again. Screw that.
I forgot. You've done that before, right? And it was a really weird experience.
Yeah, it failed. I felt like shit, and then at the end I just heard his voice saying, you're poking at the veil or something like that. I can't remember the exact words it was.
If I remember correctly, because that was when I was doing the detect thoughts while you did it, so I heard that as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was like along the lines of like, oh, so like kind of like now you're asking the right questions, like you're on the right track, but not yet. Like it didn't seem like it was like he was angry. It seemed he was like, So you're finally starting to ask the questions. Was the vibe that I got from that? At least that's what I remember. That could be.
And I do remember there was one of your legend lores was like you saw a vision of the solar system and stuff. Oh yeah, that was when you did the legend lore on what was that?
The dragons coming over when he saw that.
That was about Progentica, because I saw Progentica was slightly invisible and I saw the solar system.
Right, but I mean, what was it? What was your focus for the legend lore when you saw that solar system event? It was like felt like doom and terrified you. Was that when you did?
I thought that was Progentica itself when I just did it at Progentica.
We'll find the episode, and it's no big deal. Anyway, okay. So I'm assuming you guys are gonna use your super fancy magic home. Where do you want to use it?
Probably like just inside the tree line.
Like a tree, like the biggest tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll look for a tree that has a nice big old Christmas on it.
No,
Perfect.
Halloween, please.
What's this? There's witch everywhere.
All right.
Yeah.
The giants on the floor.
So, yeah, you guys end up resting for the night once again. Was there anything you all wanted to do while you were resting in your home? Besides change your spells?
Shay's gonna bake bread.
She's gonna bake bread and change spells? What spells are you changing to what?
So, let's see. I can switch out Pass Without a Trace for water breathing.
Is that the only option you have?
No, I got others. I have. I also have Lesser Restoration. I could probably change out Speak with Animals, Hunter's Mark.
Well, you should ask your group what they think would be the best thing to switch out.
I've just got to check something.
What's everybody doing now? Checking their spells?
I'm checking
everybody's
my-
checking their
yeah.
spells.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good with Boo, you've covered my D&D book in dog hair.
Okay. I'm good. What I would like to do is take some of the regular sheets of parchment that I have, not any of the. I only have one sheet left for like making a scroll, but I have 10 sheets of parchment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a quill, my my ink, and I'm going to grab one of the journals that we have. Right? Don't we have somebody's journal? Where did it go? Shit. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just gonna start off this way. Ink, paper, quill, on the table, and I go, Shae?
Yes.
Of our friends here in this house, which one has the best fine motor skills?
Do you mean for writing?
Yeah?
Do you remember the names you gave them?
That might be either Mr. Jacob or Miss Lisa.
Who would you say has the better penmanship?
They both do. They
Okay.
can actually read their handwriting.
Thank you. Miss Lisa? I'll wait for one to show up.
Yeah. So the invisible servant comes over in the little maid outfit that she's got for her.
Sorry, off you.
Are you able to write on the parchment with the quill and the ink? If you can, write yes. That's you.
No, can they? I guess they could, sure.
Unseen servant?
Yeah.
I think they should be able to do
Right.
easy commands. What does the spell say?
I don't know. Do we consider reading or writing an easy command if you don't know how?
Unseen servant. They perform simple tasks at your command until the spell ends.
They can cook, so that means they can follow recipes. So I would say they could read. Writing, I don't know.
Very vague, isn't it? All right. I'll say yeah.
They can perform simple tasks that a human servant could do, such as fetching things, cleaning, mending, folding clothes, lighting fire, serving food, and pouring wine. Once you give the command, the servant performs the task to the best of its ability until it completes the task, then waits for your next command. I mean, if they're helping Shae out in the kitchen, she's usually telling them, stir this.
Mm-hmm.
Go get that out of the oven.
Yeah, I was gonna say they
Roll
would
it.
they read and write? I don't wanna screw over Merrik's cool ass idea. Fate's cute cool ass idea.
It's okay.
I'm gonna give them a 50-50 shot that they can read and write.
Sure. We're gonna go
High or low?
Low.
48. So
Yeah.
they so it the quill floats in the air and writes yes.
Okay.
Reading and writing would require intelligence, so only on level yeah. But these unseen servants. I'm gonna say normal unseen servants would not be able to do this, but these came with the place, and this place is a little bit higher end magic. So
In some way, I would imagine the individual who crafted this place as a high level enchanter would probably, or I wouldn't put it past him to actually have some unseen servants that can, jot down some notes.
sure,
Like,
exactly.
That feels like, yeah. I mean, if you had the capability to do that, I mean, I would.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna try a little bit of an experiment. I will talk as slow as I can, but please, write what I am saying until I tell you to stop. And I look for acknowledgement as if it's gonna nod its head. And though I know I can only kind of see Casper the Friendly Ghost give me a blank ass expression, I'm like,
Wait,
begin.
can he do anything more than we can with his fancy eye?
It's really bright in here, so my fancy eye is covered right now.
Yeah. Well, even if you could use your fancy eye on them, they're unseen because they're it's a different kind of invisibility than an invisibility spell that makes something visible invisible, right? They're something that intrinsically are not visible. They are more like a telekinetic form, if that makes sense. And so I would say he would see a little bit of a shimmer. But it's such a slight shimmer that no, he's not going to see any kind of nodding of the head or expression on the face or anything like that.
Yeah.
I was going to argue as well, actually, because we're in a magical house and they're magical beings, so he wouldn't see anything at all.
Yeah.
You just see maid outfits floating around or vests floating around.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking bow tie and vest.
Yeah,
but
bow tie and vest, yeah. And they all have their name tags too.
She made him name tags.
So I'm gonna run an experiment in having the servant basically function as a note taker.
Sure.
And with the eventual goal of, I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna wait till somebody asks me what I'm doing, and then I'm gonna tell you what Merrik's full plan is. So if anyone's curious, just ask. But I'm gonna have the servant just start Merrik is just gonna do an experimental stream of consciousness type of talking about what we're doing and just trying to see how legible is the handwriting. Does this seem like a viable thing? And so on and so forth.
The writing of the unseen servant is clear, legible, and plain.
I could just see the unseen servant writing every single thing Miss Merrik is saying, even when he goes, wait, hold on, strike that.
Yep, that's exactly what it would do.
I will do that for a little bit. The notes that you find are just Merrik experimenting with, saying, hey, you know what? Let me just speak in a different language. Let me speak in Elvish, see if it translates. Like he's just gonna experiment with how much can it understand and articulate for the sake of like its practicality. That won't matter, but just Merrik's process that he's going through. You'll find notes about what we're doing. You'll find notes about some winded ideas on some spells, and just kind of like whatever. So he'll do that for a little bit of time, and then eventually go up and stare at the door for like 30 minutes and then come back down.
Before all that, though, once you get started, obviously it's going to take some time because you're practicing and experimenting.
Yeah.
Before that, I imagine that Thyra would have gone back to her room maybe to pump some iron or something.
Yeah.
While you're back in your room, Raven's Edge chimes in and says, my lady, might I ask a request of thee?
Sure. Yes.
I would like
Raven's
to
Edge.
feel a bit more useful, at least in our humble abode. I know it's probably unnecessary, but would it be all right if I patrolled around the tower while we are here so that I can at least know what's going on and be able to share that and relay that with you at a moment's notice?
Only when we're within the tower.
Yes, of course, my lady. So with that, he goes floating off to go check things out, to check what people are doing. Eventually, you're in the middle of one of your writing sessions with the unseen servant, and all of a sudden, behind you, you hear Raven's Edge voice, and he says, "What are you doing?" And you turn around and you see the sword floating next to you behind you.
Yeah. Oh, is what Merrik says. And he looks down at the paper and is like, yeah, nope, that's there too. He's thinking, he's like, okay. Yes? Hang on. You may stop now. Please stay by.
It writes all of that up to the point where you say you may stop now, and then it does write that part though.
Yes?
I was just curious. Miss Thyra allowed me free roam of our home facility so that I could act as guardian, and I wanted to see what everyone was up to and relay that to her. I find your actions to be quite interesting and curious. Might I inquire what you are doing?
Yes. So here's long and short of it. I want a scribe because if you see all these shelves are empty, they need to be filled with books. And what better way to fill them with books than to research an idea while we're on Progentica and capture that information and then have it transcribed manually so I can continue to study things I would like while on other worlds, because I have no access to the Oracle.
Intriguing idea.
So I want to test its capabilities at writing my speech, and then moving on, we'll have it simply copy down information into a book so I can read it later. Kind of like a backup, let's say, hard copies.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing. Excuse me. Thank you for sharing what you're up to.
Oh,
I shall
you're
carry
welcome.
on. And he floats away.
Raven's Edge, real quick.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, if you could do me a favor, when you go startle Sindri like you startled me, get as close as you can before you announce yourself.
Razor with the raid. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Welcome in, Razor.
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 Razor's razor. Phasers.
I was combining both.
Raiders and phasers. Yes. Lasers. He is the Lord of Lasers, so I have dubbed him that. The pew pew.
Yep. He still needs to make a pew pew sound redeem.
Yep. Appreciate you, love you, you and Scully. Big in all of your communities. Big hugs to you guys. Thank you for bringing the folks over. Anyway, so back to the D&D session.
That's awesome. Can't wait, Phaser. Can't wait.
That's awesome. If it's cool with you guys, we're just going to exposition to the next part. Your night obviously is uneventful, and
There's one thing I want to do.
Yeah, what's up, Sindri?
So doesn't think it's gonna work, but he wants to try it anyway. Rather than having a target being a person, he wants to try focusing legend lore onto the ability to enchant, to see if there's any knowledge he can pull from it. As in, BT knows this isn't going to work because I've read the spell and I know that's not how it works. But Sindri's trying to use it to gain any knowledge he can to get extra info about enchanting and such before he's fully a member of
So I'm trying to understand. You're gonna legend lore on what the core basic enchanting mechanics?
Enchant. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interestingly enough, the spell does actually sort of work. What it does is it gives you a vision of an interesting digital library back on Progentica where you can basically learn all that information. So
More than BT thought I was gonna get. But I figured Sindri would probably think like that. It's like, well, hang on. We keep using this to find out extra information on things. Let's try it on this.
yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. Wonderful. All right.
As well as we have rules of the spell written down, he doesn't.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right. So morning comes. You guys pop out of your.
Oh, for breakfast, Shae puts down in front of everybody two slices of bread that she made, smothered with some green stuff on top, and she's like, "Enjoy your avocado toast, everybody."
Enjoy your what?
Avocado toast.
Oh.
Merrik is in heaven. Merrik is like, yes. He does in fact try to dip it in his coffee.
Ew.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. But he's like,
Might as well
two
try
great
it.
things. I didn't know that. I mean, yeah. Are you that shocked? Merrik is smart, but he's dumb.
I can confirm that my granddad, at some point in his life, has been known to dip sausages into his cup of tea and take a bite while he was eating. I've seen him do it, and if you're asking him about it now, he denies it. He never did it. But everyone in the family has seen him do it at some point.
That's wild.
I've seen
That's
him
great.
dip toast in there. Fucking everything goes in that
The
bird.
toast makes somewhat sense.
It doesn't. Dipping toast in a cup of tea or coffee does not make any sense.
Okay, I know that the American version of toast is very different than the UK version of toast, so
It's just gross. Toast, that's how you get milk toast.
that is how you get milk toast. That is true.
All right.
T, we need some fucking razor.
So the morning comes, and you guys pop out of your, secret dimensional hideout out of the tree line, and you're back on the shoreline. And I'm assuming that you guys would have stayed long enough that it would have looped around to daylight again, not come out in the middle of the night.
I would have
Because
voiced
you,
that.
yeah, you want to explore the lake when it's brighter out, not at night. So, you're standing on the lake. What are you guys doing?
Hang on a second.
Good 16 hours have passed. So.
Thyra for sure has removed her armor.
Okay. I'm assuming you're putting it in the bag of holding?
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So technically speaking, this is a mechanics thing. So with wizards using Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, they have the ability to swap out a cantrip when I finish a long rest to another cantrip in the wizard spell list. Is that something that is practical in this campaign? If not, I'm not really worried.
I'm not sure I understand your question. What do you mean?
Thanks to Tasha's, wizards can swap out their cantrips to another cantrip on the wizard spell list. That's
I have
fine.
that book. Right.
Okay. Are you okay with that? Or does that not really work well in this world setting?
I see no problem with it at all.
Okay. So if you're okay with it, even though I've already picked my spells, I just realized I saw that. Are you okay with me swapping out one of my cantrips real quick?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Appreciate you bringing it up.
Sindri mentioned that it was dark down there. So I'm gonna take light.
Right.
We have dark vision. That doesn't mean we can really fucking see.
Yeah.
So.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay.
I swapped out mending at the moment for light because I haven't really needed mending much, and I can always just fix things later.
Yeah. Makes sense since Sindri's got mending and he likes to do it. Mending and prestidigitation, right?
Yep.
You have both?
No, I've got prestidigitation.
Yeah, because I have the mending. Yeah.
Oh, you have the mending. He has the prestidigitation. That's kind of ironic. I feel like that's sort of flipped, but anyway, it's cool.
Yeah.
Because your character is the one who's like immaculate and would want to clean everything, and his character likes to fix shit, likes to tinker with shit.
What's interestingly better about it is that Merrik's father was a smith, so mending would 100% be something Merrik would know because he would help his father fix the little things.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So.
Well said. All right, so you all are standing before the lake. Was there anything else that you all wanted to do?
She stands in front of everybody and she's like, "May you all breathe underwater." And she casts her spell on Merrik, Sindri, Thyra, Echo, and Milo.
And yourself.
And myself.
Okay.
I'm still going to alter self because, like I said before, my ability to swim is not great, so I want the extra shit.
Understandable. Yeah.
Likewise, Merrik will do kind of the same, just knowing the difficulty of moving in water when I've got clothes on. Yeah, Merrik knows.
To swim, and she's basically rocking like yoga pants, sports bra. Her armor's in the bag of holding. The only thing that's out is Raven's
You
Edge.
can use your wings to push yourself along, which will give you a hell of a pull.
Maybe. They are feathered wings, though, and I don't know how well feathers do in water. Probably not.
It depends on the type of feather and the type of bird. Just saying.
Okay.
But Thyra is not one of those waterfowl. Just saying.
Waterfowl. Oh, that's a good point. There are waterfowls. Pelicanon, for example. Hello, Storm Pistol. So, how about you?
Oh yeah,
Flamingo.
Shae is probably dressed as similar to Miss Thyra in a sports bra and yoga pants. All her armor and weapons are in the bag of holding too. Whoever's got the bag of holding.
Yeah. Now
Sindri.
with Thyra, you don't have to obviously have Raven's Edge in the bag of holding. He could just
Nah.
follow along behind you if you want.
He's gonna be on my hilts or on my normal where he belongs.
Oh, in this guy? Okay, so you're gonna wear it. You're
Yeah.
gonna swim with it. I will tell you
Yes.
that will give you a disadvantage on your swim check, on your athletics check, because of the awkwardness of having a sword while you're trying to swim attached to your hip. Now your character's smart enough that you could re-sling it over on your back, and it would be a little bit easier. It won't give you a disadvantage if you do it that way.
Okay.
Hold it between your wings.
What was that, BT?
Just hold it with your wings.
All right. So
Shae looks at Milo. Do you like water?
he kind of goes. He shrugs.
Because a lot of the cat moving pictures show on the Oracle say cats don't like water.
He transforms into his larger self and looks down at you with it like.
Well, you are part cat, so I didn't know.
He nuzzles your face with his to like to comfort you.
That'd fucking hurt. Dragon
Oh yeah,
scales
you just
will
see
run
Shae
your
go,
face.
woo.
All right. So Echo now has breathe underwater as well, but you're gonna just keep him in your pocket dimension, right?
Yeah.
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 All right. So Milo is gonna stay in his larger form, and that way he feels like if he needs to, he can pull you out of the water and fly with you quickly.
Okay.
He doesn't say that, but you get the sense.
So since this has like an 8-hour duration or a 24-hour duration?
24 hours.
24 hours for all of you. Yeah.
Cool.
Now it
So
doesn't make you
knowing that
move
we've
better
got-
in water.
No,
It only
no.
lets
I
you
gotcha.
breathe underwater, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Now you two with Alter Self can swim just fine. The two ladies and Milo are going to be swimming effectively at half speed, 15 feet per round, where you guys are moving at your normal pace.
Yep. I will say before we fully take the dive, before I go with the Alter Self, I'm just gonna look at Echo and go, all right, I know I probably don't want to go under the water, but you can breathe. Do you want to try it? Oh, I'll keep you in the dimension while we're down there, and to be completely safe, I get it. But I mean, not to say you would never have this chance again, but I mean...
He looks at you and he kind of shivers.
Fine. And I'll grab him and I'll hold him and I'll just start walking towards the water. I'm just kidding, and then I'll vamp him out. Just a
He
live
gives you
go.
Where he starts to struggle and he's like,
Yeah, he's just
All right.
it's like, oh, he's so cute.
All right, everybody, except for Sindri and Merrik, needs to roll athletics checks. I'm going to have you roll just one check to make it out to the center of the lake.
22.
Pretty good.
I rolled 16.
Oh, you have +6 on your athletics. Nice.
28.
Wow. All right. She swims almost as fast as you guys with the webbed hands and feet. She's almost keeping up with y'all.
I also imagine she grew up doing like ice plunges and swimming in like frozen waters and shit.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
So-
For sure.
Thyra would be probably a rather strong swimmer.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. All right. You guys.
Shae knows about swimming. She learned from the Oracle.
No. You had an underground lake in your cavern that you used to swim in. So.
Doggy paddle.
No. Your people were decent swimmers. So you guys easily make your way to the center of the lake, and you're all kind of down there in the depths, in the darkness. And I'm assuming you cast a light spell to help everybody see. You cast it on something?
Yeah. What do I want to cast it on?
By the way, I'm assuming that you guys are taking the Heward's handy haversack that somebody's wearing, and the bag of holding is stuffed in somebody's backpack, correct?
I mean, Sindri could just wear the bag of holding.
Well, a bag of holding isn't really designed to be worn. It's a bag. It's like a sack. So.
It's tied.
It's
to
in
my
Shae's
belt
backpack.
like it usually is.
What was that?
I just always assumed it was tied to his belt.
It's tied to my belt.
Oh.
Well, I was say Shae's the one who carries the bag of holding. At least that's what she's got on her thing. Unless you guys are.
See, that's what I
misreading.
thought. We had this discussion last time, and everyone said I had it, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I don't.
I always
Okay.
thought you
Yeah,
had it.
it's in Shae's
it-
backpack.
Okay.
Cool, perfect, works for me.
You
alright,
could
so-
cast light on my dagger if you wanted, Merrik, because if the top of it is quite prominent on my belt.
I was gonna.
You would
I
have
was
to do
gonna
this
cast
before you go out there, just to be clear, because you're not going to be able to talk when you're underwater.
I thought we were still on the surface because
Okay,
You'll
so
have to
you're
say the
hovering
words
around on the
wrong.
surface, talking while you're wading in the water. Sure.
I was just gonna cast it on the gem on one of Merrick's rings, and then invert it so the light is on the palm side. Always.
okay,
Yeah.
Iron Man.
Yeah. All right.
So I
So
can close my
you guys
hand
have a
and turn
light
the light off.
source. Sindri, do
Turn
you
on,
have
turn
light or not?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
I do.
Create fires and things.
That's true. She can also. Are you going to do something, Thyra?
No.
Yeah, we'll kind of have to follow Sindri because Sindri knows like specifically where we're going.
Yeah.
So I would imagine I'd be kind of right next to Sindri, kind of keeping the light forward, so we can all kind of see, and then we just kind of
Well,
make the little twain.
yeah, I would have said, like, we're at the surface, asked Thyra and Merrik if this looks right for where I was when I got you to come over,
Yeah.
All right.
and then I would have literally explained it's straight down from where we are, which obviously will not be bang on it, but
Yeah. Well, with her help and you having been there before, and you guys all hovering, I'm not even making anybody roll. You guys do make your way down to this underwater henge at the center of Compass Lake. And sure enough, just like Sindri had described, it's like a stone henge that's similar to a compass. And the center stone is this flattened on top wedge, sloped wedge. And Merrik, you right away can denote that stone, that central stone, is radiating magic, and it's figure out which kind of magic it is.
It's so magical
magic.
Okay, Queen. It's enchantment, illusion, and abjuration on this stone.
I will mentally reach out to Raven's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yes, my lord.
So something I realized that we hadn't mentioned before we went under the water is that we can't talk to each other unless you're involved. I would like to remedy that.
It has been remedied. I will relay accordingly, my lord.
Thank you. Yeah, your slab, mate. It's magic. Quizzical look, like. You know, you don't have to say blah 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 blah. However, enchantment, illusion, and abjuration magic. I feel like
sorry,
we're
it
what we
takes a
need
second to learn to speak with my brain and not just say it.
What? We've done. You know what?
I love that Druid knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I imagine we might want to dispel this magic.
Well, first, you can both roll an Arcana check to determine what you think the spells are.
Well,
Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it.
I wonder if Sindri can, because he can't see the magic the same way I can without casting detect magic, and he can't.
No, but
speak.
you can describe to him the types of spells, and after studying them for a while and everything,
Got it. All right.
and then he
I'll
can
do
have a
16.
hypothesis just like you can.
Got it. 24.
Henry?
16 and 24.
Oh, 16. I didn't hear your number. All right. So, Sindri's not sure. Like some of them, like the illusion magic means it could be hiding something. Obviously, the enchantment could just be that same kind of arcane mark that was on the other obelisk that he told you about. But the higher number, you think so. Discussing it in your heads with each other, you know, again relayed through Raven's Edge, you get the sense that it has been arcane marked. It is an illusion is covering what it should look like. And now that it occurs to me, your eye would see right through that. You know,
It would.
but your mind, you're getting used to the eye. You were focusing on what kind of magic it was.
Not to mention, I'm seeing it there and half seeing it not there.
Right.
And I'd imagine Merrik is worked on trying to focus primarily in the material plane,
Yeah.
and allowing him to kind of ignore a lot of what he's seeing while still acknowledging it. But being that he's looking with his good eye,
Right.
not his magic eye. So
Right.
I'm still with that.
Basically, you think that what's going on here is a powerful physical illusion that, and now that you see it. The arcane mark is just to mark it as a magical spot to be able to see from a distance or whatnot. And the illusion is that it's just stone, a flat stone, when in reality there is obviously a sealed stone magical door here. And the abjuration magic you suspect, and this required your roll to hit a DC 20, is that it's a powerful arcane lock of some kind. So it's a magically sealed door in this stone.
Okay.
And you
Excellent.
thinking about it, you had mentioned in your head too. Wow, Razmataz, hello with the sub. Thank you, arigato gozaimasu. Appreciate you. As you are kind of figuring out this thing, one other thing occurs to you. That you could either, there are a couple of different magical ways that you can get through a magically sealed door, right? But one thing that just is kind of obvious and stands out to you is since your character is so smart, and probably the others would think of this too, and that's that, this door was obviously, this door was obviously created before this lake was made. And if you remember the history of this legend and everything that's happened and everything you figured out, what you suspect happened was after they retired because of the death of their two members, they afterwards created this man-made lake to cover it up. And so your concern is if you just willy-nilly open it, it's going to flood whatever is through the door with lake water. I mean, even at that point, you guys are. We're just gonna exposition that you guys kind of have a conversation about it.
I can't dispel magic down here.
What was that?
And me personally, I can't dispel magic down here anyway. It's vocal.
I can.
I know you can.
Wait, why can't you?
Because it's a vocal component.
Yeah. I have subtle spell, which eliminates vocal components.
Right.
All right. Well, so if we just open this door, it'll probably flood the place.
Yep.
So when we open the door, we either need to be really fast and get in and shut it quickly, or we need to find a way to enter this space without flooding it. Fuck.
No. 1 second. BT needs to look at something first. Yep, that's got vocal too, so nope.
Well, you can still at least confer it to the group, in your head if you want. Your idea.
The only was something to try would be cast tidal wave whilst we're under here to try and move the water away. But realistically, we need to stop the water flow or redirect it. And I don't know how to do that.
Too bad there isn't some sort of dome that you could put over the top that we could get into.
I mean, that
Like a
would be.
protective hut of some sort.
It'd be nice.
I was hinting something's very specific.
Oh no! You know what? I will say I know in the context of metagaming, I had thought of that, and I don't have any of those spells.
I don't have Lehman's Dying Hunter or anything.
No, it didn't make sense since we got this. It was not something that crossed my mind. Not to mention things like Wall of Force or anything like that, which has not been something that Merrik needs or needed until now. The only thing, even if I did, I have nothing that can manipulate down here in that
I can
context.
technically make a wall of stone, but it's a wall of stone. Not a dome of stone.
So, I don't know if you know this about Wall of Stone, but it can be shaped in multiple different ways, including a dome.
As a D&D wall expert, I will say yes, it does dome.
No, because it's not technically wall of stone that I'm using.
Oh. Well,
Is it
what's
It'd
the,
be wall of fire transmuted to stone.
you
you
have
can
the
also
ability to
dome-
transmute
Transmuted
to.
earth. I can change the spell's element type, but stone's not an element of a spell.
Yeah.
True, it's not, unfortunately. Yeah.
But even with wall of fire, you can also make it a dome.
But that's not gonna.
I know, but I'm just saying. I guess the question is, how big is this rock?
So the rock is a 10-foot radius, so it's like 20 feet across. It's roughly kind of oval shaped.
I wonder if this door is much like our door, where it is a different dimension, or if it actually leads to something subterranean.
So to answer that question, your characters looking at it are quite confident based upon your eye and your arcane checks that
And my vision.
it's not. It's a physical door to a physical place. But that was out of character. Clever.
Yeah, I like that thought.
Druid.
I like
yeah.
that.
Because otherwise, we would just Hulk smash and try to take it to the surface.
All right.
There's
Well-
also, from what I've seen here, it's not going to drain the lake quickly if we stop that river either.
And as if this lake will drain.
No, this
And the
lake
amount
is
of
big enough that it's millions of gallons of water.
That's what
It would
it's
take
not
a tremendous amount of time to drain. Yeah. Now, one thing
Now-
that does help, what you think is, looking at the door with your special eye, that yes, it's a physical door, but it's sort of a magical physical door. It's a magical stone door, right? So not a mechanical one. So if you could open it the correct way and then get through and shut it, that like if this were a mechanical door, no matter how strong Thyra is, she's not going to be able to pull the door against millions of gallons of water, right? Maybe like some storm giant might be able to, but unlikely.
I was going to say, the only things that I could do that could assist with that is using the arcane hand along with Thyra,
Right.
or doing the Tensor's transformation, which doesn't change my strength stat.
Right.
But yeah.
At any rate, the point I'm making is it's not that kind of door. It's actually a magical stone door that opens, and if you can then shut it again, it will magically just sort of seal up. So only some water would get through. A lot to get you all through. But it's not nothing. And what was it you said a second ago? Oh, you have... Never mind. I don't want to metagame and give you ideas. But look through all of your spells is all I can say. I think you might have a potential solution.
Are you talking to me specifically? Or just out
Maybe.
loud? Yeah. I mean, the only other thing I can think of would be I do have the arcane hand, which can help manipulate and or hold things in place.
How big is that hand?
Large. The only downside is the hand doesn't fill its space. So if it's to use to block something like water, it doesn't work, but I could block a creature.
So it literally says that?
Yep, the hand doesn't fill its space. Yeah, I was thinking using the hand like a plug, but it doesn't technically work that way.
I mean, I realize, of course, that the what they described, the way the hand works is for combat purposes. But this could be one of those times where you guys get creative and you use it in a way that may not have a combat mechanic. But I don't know about you, but if you ever taken and cupped your hand, you can stop a decent amount of water, for a period of time.
My only counter argument to that is that if this is 20 feet across, as the size of the door, the hand doesn't fill that entire space.
She asked what the stone size was. The door itself is basically, from what you can tell with your eye, is roughly the size of your average kind of door, right? So it's like 7 feet long and
Got it. Okay. Okay.
5, maybe 4 feet across. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. What are my things?
That's a goddamn big door.
Yeah. About to be.
So what would you say? What'd you say, BT?
I just said that's a goddamn big door for me.
To you, yeah.
All right. So. All right. I'll give it a shot. See how this works. You know what? I would love for this opportunity, because you as the DM did suggest the idea. I would love to make an arcane knowledge check to see if Merrik would come up with that concept, because it is not a non-combat spell, and I want to see if he actually can come up with that idea. Be fair.
Sure.
Because I have another idea. Yeah.
Okay.
I have another potential plan.
Okay. I want to hear your plan before we. Yeah.
Got it. So I rolled a 17 on the die, and my Arcana is +9, so 26.
Yeah. So you easily think, okay, I might be able to use the arcane hand in that way, because it is a force effect, and if you seal it properly, it might be kind of awkward, but you should be able to potentially use it the way we're thinking. Now, what's your idea?
So if this door, can then seal afterwards. Oh no, you're saying it's not a mechanical door. Never mind. My idea wouldn't work. Okay. I was gonna try to use the hand to be the thing that closed the door. Like as we're rushing in, get really, really close, door open, and then grab the door as we're pulling in with the water and letting that momentum kind of help me shut it. But it's not.
How long does the hand last?
Oh, the hand lasts for like a minute, I think. Yeah, a minute.
We still don't know how to open the door.
A high-level knock spell would open this door. It is not a particularly difficult thing to get through in terms of the magics. It is more difficult because of its location. That is the problem. Yeah. Honestly, I think the best idea is I'm just gonna. Ooh. Okay. Well. All right. Sindri, do you particularly like being in water?
I mean, in this form, I don't mind it, but...
By the way, Shae, while they're having this conversation, it occurs to you that should their plan work, that Milo in his current form isn't going to fit through that door. What do you do?
Shae just looks at Milo and she points at him. See if he gets it.
He kind of cocks his head. And then turns into his smaller self. And he doesn't like this. You can tell he doesn't like being in this form and swimming. But he swims over and clutches onto you really hard. All right, continue, guys.
I'm
Shae?
petting him.
Yeah. Do you particularly like being in the water?
I'll be right back.
Milo doesn't like being in the water.
He said no. I didn't hear you. I was sorry. One more time.
Talking to you, Sindri. He's talking to you.
No, I asked Shae.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, Shae has no problem being in the water.
I misunderstood.
Milo, on the other hand, no.
No, Milo hates the water. Yes? No?
He doesn't hate the water. He just
He doesn't hate it, but as you can see, he's clinging on for life.
Got it. So I'm going to take that as he hates the water, and I'm going to use that as a justification to do the imposing hand context to cup. And the idea with imposing hand is that the enemy cannot pass through it. So that's Merrik's interpretation. Milo doesn't like it, so he's viewing the water as an enemy to try to see if this idea would work.
gotcha.
Yeah.
I like the way you did that. Okay. I'm not even gonna have you roll anything. I'm gonna say that because you are, a genius at manipulating spells in ways that aren't normal for spells to be, that you do find a new use for the big beast hand, arcane hand, and that you think it could cup, but then the hard part is getting everybody through. But you think while you're doing this, while you're thinking of this, you think, okay, the hand could at least just be a block with the entire door once you guys are through, and then hopefully you can figure out how to close the door. So water will get through, but
How long does knock last for?
so knock doesn't
Instant,
last. It's
or is
a
it-
single use instant moment, right?
If I choose a target that is held shut with arcane lock, the spell is suppressed for 10 minutes, during which time the target can be open and shut normally. So I don't know if that works that way, if this is like an immediate unlock for this one, or if it will just suppress.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would say in this instance, it's sort of a magically opening and shutting door, that it would open it for the duration of the knock spell, the 10 minutes, or until you decide you want to close it.
All right.
And figure out how to.
So we know how to open it and close it and block as much water as possible. Sounds good to me,
Yes.
because I've got nothing.
All right.
Literally nothing.
Everybody get real close. Real
right.
tight, real tight. And I'm going to bring the arcane hand. I know it's uncomfortably close, but the least amount of water that gets in here, the better. So I'm gonna have the hand like already kind of pushing us into the door, but not like, kind of like when you feel like in a concert where you feel the surge, but you're not being like pressed just yet. That kind of vibe. And then you're gonna hear through Raven's Edge Merrik go, knock knock, and then he's gonna cast with subtle spell.
All right. So you're all huddled up over the stone door, and you're gonna have the arcane hand kind of behind you, ready to go. You're gonna cast knock, and you're gonna basically go through the door.
Yeah. You can allow the momentum of the water to pull us in, as well as suck the hand on for a moment.
Suck the hand on top. Gotcha. I'm not even gonna have you roll. Your plan goes perfectly. It goes exactly the way you think, and the Big B's hand, it just stays plugging that hole. So a lot of water rushes in. You find what's happened when the door opens. It's actually steps leading down into a tunnel. And
start falling down the steps.
Yeah, so you don't actually fall down the steps because the water, the big rush of water just flows you down into the tunnel, into the steps. And but very quickly, you realize it's a pretty long tunnel. And then suddenly, you think, oh shit, we're gonna be washed through this tunnel and not be able to do anything about the door because we're pulled so far so quickly. Because it's a massive amount of water that suddenly rushes in. So you're thinking, crap, this plan is gonna go awry. But just as quickly as you are rushed in, a good 30 feet down this tunnel, down this hall, this magically carved hall, suddenly the water, it's dark into the distance, farther than your dark vision, even farther than her dark vision. And, but the water just kind of vanishes and washes out. So you're about 30 feet down the hall where the water keeps going, and you guys kind of cling to the walls and stop. And then you run up the steps and see the invisible hand. You can't see the hand. You can sort of see a shimmer because it's not a completely invisible hand, and it is blocking. And you have a bit of time to figure it out. And so, what do? I'll give you effectively now about 45 seconds and ticking to do something.
I mean, I have no
everybody.
way to...
When I say you, I mean that's everybody. What do you guys do?
I can cast a spell on the knock spell.
Well, he can actually just drop the knock spell, but the door is going to remain open until you guys decide to shut it, because he basically opened it.
Yeah, I don't know how to shut it.
Yeah, because
There
I
a
thought it was
button?
magical.
All right, so you guys.
Stays looking around for a button.
So you start searching. Roll me an investigation. You see Shae start investigating frantically. Does anybody else do that?
I'll join in with her once I see her doing it.
Gotcha. And now while you're investigating, you see them doing that. In Merrik, of course, like facepalm moment. You do see on the side wall of the steps, at the bottom of the steps, there is a magical rune that's on the wall.
I scurry up to the room.
Right.
What is...
Now, everybody sees it. He's pointed it out. What do you do? It's an arcane rune of some kind.
Do I recognize the room?
Without trying to do anything, Sindri's going to cast Prestidigitation on it, just to see if magic will activate it.
All right. So Merrick's checking it out, trying to see if he knows what the rune is, and Sindri just is like frantically, okay, we got to do something, and he just casts magic into it, and sure enough, your instinct, your intuition, based upon your previous experience in the past, is valid. All you needed to do was pass some magic into this, and it activates, shutting the door. And the arcane hand is on the outside, and you guys are now inside this dark, spooky tunnel underneath the man-made compass lake. You're all wet and soppy.
Well, thank fuck we got that closed.
Cool.
I mean, we'd have been fine for breathing, but I'm pretty sure whatever's down here would be fucked.
Yeah.
That is a fact. Okay, well, we want to take a few minutes here and discuss how we're gonna proceed forward.
And this is a perfect time to take an actual IRL break. I was planning it for this moment anyway.
Yeah. I was like, it makes sense. Get through the door next, and I just felt it was a poignant to be like, okay, now what do we do, guys? You just walk in all willy-nilly.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. We're going to take about a 10-minute intermission, guys. Thank you for coming. We'll be back shortly. Enjoy your bio break.
Coming in your ears.
Montage to entertain you.
It's gonna be a montage.
Someone clip that. That's clever. Man, high five me. Do it like
Which
wait, am I going right?
Yeah, that one. Dude, I'd like to say I was 100% not trying to remake that clip, but I genuinely had no freaking idea because this is a new scene.
Someone clip that. All right.
Fuck.
Where I was like, wait, let me help you. Let me help you. Blessings of goo upon you. And it gives you guidance.
It's an extra D4, right?
I hope someone clips that. Yeah, I believe it's an extra D4 for guidance, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the 50.
I dropped the dice. All right, 18.
I'm gonna do this. There.
Are you doing the monkey toast thing?
Did you guys see that?
Yeah. We all saw that.
I'm sure somebody's gonna clip it now.
$5. No, just.
Huh?
That'll be $5. Thank you. No, just kidding.
Has come in handy. Somewhat. I didn't know fighting would be this much fun. I'm looking forward to what happens next. P.S. Journal, why does Miss Thyra's sword call her Dom Mommy? I'm not sure I know what that means.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm muted. I knew I had to myself.
Oh, shit.
I broke everybody, including me.
Every week. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh man.
Athletics check to keep from being pushed back by the momentum of a 40-pound, sack of gnome being thrown at you. Sack of gnome.
At least you didn't say the gnome sack.
Gnome sack.
Oh, that's funny because that's what I was about to say.
Someone don't clip that.
All right, and the Bob Ross moment has ended.
Eating my butt. Freaking chair.
Thyra's gonna walk up next to Sindri and just look down at him and go, "Uppies."
It was it's weird because it's you feel it, but you feel it coming from it. It's not like you felt it. You felt the experience of it, and it's the same kind of relief of, wow, I've been working so hard out in the field and I'm so hungry, and you eat a meal, or I just, had some great sex. It's just one of those kinds of feelings. It's just like, oh.
Let me see how short Druid is in your chair.
Say less.
This is,
let me-
I love it. This is awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, I do want to say I love the scarf you've chosen for today, buddy. It looks amazing. Thanks, you got it.
Oh damn, you tall.
Very cool. Very fashionable. Holy crap. Wow, it really does cut off like
It looks like
almost the
Druid's
top of
so
his head.
far in the background.
She's only right there.
She looks miniature now. Like she's
looks like a giant-
she's like a half a mile behind you.
Jay has a super semi-unimportant question not related to anything.
Yes, Shae.
Absolutely.
What is milk toast?
Honestly, that is a.
That is a good question. I don't know what milk toast is.
Not a clue.
What? You guys are a bunch of ignoramuses. Milk toast is toast drowning in milk, glowing a bluish color.
and it's built
The same
into
color?
it's built into the wall sconce as well.
The same color, the same blue glove.
Emmeline turns to look at the
Yes.
the wall sconce and go, "Hey, Fern."
And it doesn't give off any heat.
Fern is sneaking up towards the top behind Miss Ray.
I'm like, Fern, is this the same color?
It is the same color, it's the same blue glow.
Thank you for indulging us there, Druid.
You're welcome.
She was the one who screwed him over twice.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
He hates her most of all, and yeah.
Just see the little spider legs go.
You see little spider poop come out.
Oh, you made me silk.
Inflict wounds, chromatic orb, burning hands, armor of Agathis, command, entangle, thunderwave.
Why would anyone want their hands to burn?
God damn it.
I was alright with that until it just went, God damn it.
Yeah. Because I almost just
See StarKitty laughing at her own joke.
I almost just spit coffee everywhere. Thank you.
I was laughing at the reaction.
Shae, listen.
So you have defeated. Oh, and I didn't even whip it out. I went to. I had a figure for the scarecrow. It's not an actual scarecrow, but it looks kind of like a scarecrow. I'll show it off.
Broke BT.
I did.
Yes.
Whip it out, baby.
And I think I know what comic.
It's an about proud.
All right.
Just we need to breeze.
And I think you broke Aries too.
I think Aries broke Aries.
The wang of Stormkeep.
What?
Can we get that on a t-shirt?
Can I yeet the gnome?
So it depends on where you want to yeet, but yes, you could yeet him.
Directly
You could yeet him over to
at
him
Merrik.
to catch, or you could
Straight-
yeet him to one of these
Merrik.
squares.
No, I want directly at Merrik.
Tonight's episode 74, comes about because of last week's episode 73. And it's a
And before episode 75.
okay,
Power for that one.
That's right. So
Okay, Storm is still processing.
Yeah, I'm still processing that episode.
I need to get with my producer and get this one fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What are you talking about? I am a producer.
Right? I don't know if you can use the processing ability. Oh, he tricked me. Damn it.
I applaud you, BT. Applaud you.
What a dick.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch the tip
You're
too.
gonna touch the tip?
You're gonna touch the tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
So
Yeah.
the tip of your finger to the tip of the sword. Tip the tip. You give it a little poke.
Because we're
You
sword
get a little
fighting.
poke.
Okay.
God, someone's gonna clip this. I fucking know it. All right.
Okay, this is Fern talking, okay? The best part about it is that you can put a little dice in his mouth. And it looks extra dirty. You can't really tell. Stop to hide your face.
I'm about to spit my tea out.
You're gonna get along with Merrik really well, I think.
Jay's just kind of standing there.
Oh, yeah. I'll get along with Merrik. I'll get along. He's good. He's good. He's a good guy, I guess. You know, he's got that creative flair for shit. You know, I like the creative people. They got the impulse. You know, they got that creative juices flowing. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, yeah, definitely. And oh, look at this. I love my new master. She's awesome. Look at her. She's just tough on everything. She's my dommy mommy. Oh yeah. And then over there, oh my God, look at that sexy little beast. Look at that sexy little Sindri. Look at you. Boy, you're so hot. I'll bet you got a third leg under there, don't you? You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, Tom, you're awesome.
Yes, he is.
Save for fate. Talk shit. How dare you talk shit? I will end you.
Now the creature, it goes.
Lord of potatoes.
You know, it took me a moment to process this. Yep, I said it. But
I just had this intense urge to just like pet you, like this. So, intrusive thoughts.
I just can't right now.
as she says that to you, and you all are processing what you're experiencing, damn it, I got myself on that one.
It's the best word for it, though.
The
13.
Considering we would be.
Correct. Because
You
you
know
will
how hard
be
it is to get
I
this
know,
accent?
I know. I'm sorry. I
For
love
me,
you.
I struggle with
I'm
it.
sorry.
I struggle with it so much that I do it on my outside of this.
That's how I was with
I
God.
know.
Okay.
Oh,
You guys are
This is the color
amazing.
blue.
They're
This is what I've been seeing. It's the same color. It's the same blue what?
someone
it's the
flip
same
that.
green. It's the same green hair. Oh,
You guys should try high fives again.
We're good right now.
Wait. Oh, I got it.
I'm more than happy with this.
Hello, welcome back, guys. We're back a little early from the break, waiting on Druid Fate, and BT's looking through pictures of Naboo.
Looking for pictures of Naboo.
Looking forward, yeah. You
Where is the little ginger boy? Oh, speaking of that, he's just asked to go to the toilet.
perfect timing. There's the goblin and a Fate.
So I went up to go check the bird because I thought I heard her like freak out.
Yeah.
And I found her on the floor. And now I have anxiety, so if I seem off, that's why. Because I don't like it.
On the floor of her cage?
Just the floor of the room.
for the room. Yeah.
So something spooked her. Now I have anxiety.
Yeah, we don't typically keep her like in a completely confined cage for the
Oh,
most part.
okay.
Unless we're not in the house or she needs to be. She's typically just understand.
I see.
So
And she flew down to the floor?
Something spooked.
either something spooked her, or occasionally, like when we're in there, she'll climb down onto the floor like a dummy.
So she climbs down?
She can, yeah.
Yeah. But her behavior was telling me that something spooked her, so.
Yeah.
Did you want to?
She could. Oh, she's
Look
good.
at him. He's like, I'm the center of attention now. Look. Oh my God. You want
BT has wild shape.
to?
Oh,
You want to go
and
get her and
Right.
have her join us? Would that make you feel better?
She'd be way too loud and obnoxious because we're both talking.
Okay.
But I might go
Loud
check
and
on her.
obnoxious. Are you talking about Druid?
No, I'm talking about the bird. You know how that bird gets me fucking tilted.
By the way, can confirm what Faye has said all along, and that is that Druid is much louder in person than she is on camera.
I don't think anybody ever doubted that.
No. Like, I didn't doubt it, but like, you don't know until you experience it when you're in a car with her and she's in the seat next to you. It's like, wow, she has some lungs.
And then when we saw one of my old coworkers,
Yeah, you saw it startle me. Yeah.
because it was that double take where we both stared at each other like, wait, I recognize you.
Yeah, and when we, you know, of course, when she screamed when she saw us and came in.
That's how ginger his face used to be.
Oh wow, it looks like a completely different dog.
As opposed to him now, which he's not
So
going to come
yes,
over here
while
right
we were
now.
visiting
So, yeah,
Dragon
see, look,
Fate,
it's a lot faded now.
the two extroverts were sitting up front because this one was driving and Druid was riding shotgun. They put the two introverts in the back.
Yeah, because I don't know. Are you okay with that, share? Why you don't? I don't have to.
I'll do it. I'm happy to say that I have a little bitch-ass stomach and I will throw up if I'm in the back seat.
We did not hurt wanting her throwing up. So
I totally understood.
yeah. So she took Dramamine and rode in the passenger seat. And I'm curious, on the second and third day, did you take Dramamine too?
Because I was in the front seat, I wasn't too terribly worried.
So
I did a little risk it for the biscuit.
but you were okay?
Yeah. But I don't know if you noticed, but I sat pretty like staring straight forward.
Right. I did notice. Right on you.
Yeah. But that's how I am in the car, because otherwise if I like look down at something or if I like turn and look, I get so sick. I get so sick.
Yeah. I get that. Like, I don't really get super car sick other than if like, I mean, I don't get car sick, but I get that kind of yucky feeling if I'm trying to read while I'm in the passenger seat. So I can at least get like the beginnings of what you're experiencing, probably not nearly to the extreme that you're experiencing, but
Yeah, it goes from 0 to throwing up really fast.
Yeah, that's why I'm usually the one navigating for him because I have no problem reading and.
well, I can also now if I'm driving and I read it on the console, that's different. But I'm talking about like reading, what's interesting too though is when I've been in the passenger side, I can read a phone and it doesn't have the same queasiness effect as like a book for whatever reason. I don't know what that is, why that is, but anyway.
I grew up long road trips reading books in the car.
Yeah.
Game Boy.
Yeah, I'm switching between the Game Boy and the book.
All right.
I grew up doing long car rides and getting sick every time I attempted anything, so I had to just sit and just pray.
Well, I'm glad that
Imagine
Game Boy.
Imagine a 15-hour car ride where you're sitting there going, please don't throw up, please don't throw up, the whole entire time.
that doesn't sound fun, man.
I can't imagine a 15-hour car ride.
But you're fine on the ferry?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, the ferry was really smooth. Like, it didn't. Like a car, there's more motion and feel in a car than there was in that ferry.
There's not enough motion in that ocean.
Or an actual, like, smaller boat. Sorry, we're off on a tangent. All right, back to D&D, guys. So, you guys are now standing in this, you know it's fairly long because it goes at least 120 feet into the darkness. And it's facing due north.
I will recast light on the ring.
Well, I don't think you need to recast it, right? What's the length of time? Or...
No, so light is a concentration spell, and so is Arcane Hand. So
I see. Yeah, so you would have.
So Shae pulls out the bag of holding and she starts digging out all Miss Thyra's stuff.
Yeah. Start donning the armor.
Actually, but while you're doing that, roll me your survival check.
Survival. $24.
All right. You both smell and kind of hear a strange sort of echo as you guys are talking and making the noises and stuff. You get the sense that not far up might be a different kind of hollow space, and the smell smells much like you would be like at a, you know, if you're taking a trip at the lake, which you smell like. I mean, at first you think it just could be the way you guys smell since you've been swimming around the lake, but the smell kind of wafts your direction, and so, you know.
Does it smell very familiar to Shae?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you can't quite, your mind can't quite put your finger on it, but the smell and the sound, the way it feels, it's like you hesitate to start digging all the stuff out.
Shae's just like,
You guys see her sniff in the air.
what does it smell? Do you guys smell it?
You all don't. I mean, it smells like a wet cave to you all. I mean, you know, it's not like anything unique or different to you from your experiences. But Shae, you're definitely picking up on this.
Shae picks up her stuff again. She starts. Milo, do you smell that?
He
starts.
you know, he's in his form. He kind of was looking down the hall, and he looks back at you as he's kind of fluttering in the air, and he nods his head.
Shae's gonna start making her way towards that smell.
All right, so she kind of leaves the bag of her backpack, or you just sling your backpack back on?
Yeah, I sling it back on.
Okay, so she stops taking out the gear, and you guys make your way a little farther down the hall. Once you get about another, you know, basically at the edge of her 120-foot vision, you have the light on, but it still only goes at, it gives you a lighted radius of 30, dim out to another 20, right? So even your dark vision goes out slightly more than that. You can see beyond that. Now hers is obviously double. Once you get about to that first 120-foot mark, you see in the distance with your dark vision that, well, would you even see this? There's something odd about the floor and the wall in the distance, about effectively 240 feet from the door.
Shae just kind of stands there, and she's just like,
You can't really know what's going on until you get closer.
The whole time she's walking, she's just like, looks odd.
Do you guys just follow along behind her or stay where you're at?
Follow her.
No, follow.
Okay. You guys continue on. A little nervous because you're not, you know, you don't have your gear on you just yet, but I mean, some of you have some gear. The mages don't need a lot. Yeah, but yeah, you once you get closer and closer, you realize that the floor and wall in the tunnel up ahead is effectively collapsed and open. And there's just the mildest kind of glow. I wouldn't even call it a glow. It's just a slight change in the light.
Mr. Merrik, what does your eye see?
I mean, you're still too far. He's too far away from it.
Yeah. Darkness. I can't see as far as you in this lighting, and besides, the eye doesn't have that kind of range.
Oh,
It's effectively my range of vision.
'cause
So
it looks like the wall kind of collapsed.
But you don't see like rubble. It's like it collapsed outward. And there's like, it's just emptiness.
well,
It's so strange.
is it strange enough that you don't want to put your gear on? Because if it's strange, strange can mean a lot of things.
I'm sorry, Miss Thyra.
But all right. Do you think we should
So-
investigate first?
You guys decide to investigate first because Thera suggested.
That's fine.
All right. So you'll move on to check out this space in the wall and the floor that she's talking about. And sure enough, as soon as you all get within your visual range of it, 60 foot, and then of course you get closer with the lighting. Up ahead in the distance, in the tunnel, you see that, well, basically it's actually more like the tunnel is gone. The floor and the wall to the right of the tunnel are just gone. And as you walk up to the edge, gingerly and quietly and carefully, you look out, and there's a slight change in the lighting, just very bare, very minimal. But you're astonished by what you see as looking out around the crack in the wall and the floor, it opens up to vast nothingness. And then you looking out through the crack and you see the bottom line is a massive, like enormous, vast cavern. And below is another lake that's basically this enormous, I would say, twice the size of Compass Lake and about half the size of that natural lake that you saw at the top of the waterfall, Merrik. And it basically juts up, and the lighting is caused by some of the stalactites at the top of the cavern have some glowing moss, and there's some places where you can see a little bit of light from that. And then also at the far end of this cavern, there's a shoreline and a rocky wall. And on that rocky wall is this keep that has obviously it was not built / crafted by craftsmen with stone and stuff. Instead, it was shaped with magic. Someone shaped a keep straight out of the wall. So basically, there's this massive underground cavern with an underground lake, and the tunnel was moving towards it, right? But the tunnel is collapsed. The tunnel that you're in is collapsed, and you do notice that a good maybe 400 feet ahead, there's parts of it that it continues, but it's collapsed inward and there's rubble, and it's basically unusable. But you're sort of just standing on this edge of this precipice, looking at this gigantic cavern with a secret underground keep, effectively almost growing out of the cliff face of the northern cliff face that would be underneath the river and the lake. And so you think you have found their secret hideout. And now that you're kind of you see it, you're envisioning it, you realize, well, somehow or another, in this valley, they found this gigantic underwater lake that had the cliff face, and they created that magical entrance to this place, and then crafted, their druid must have been very powerful, spent a lot of time creating this small keep. And now that Sindri's looking at it, it reminds him, it's basically the vision that he saw. He thought it was at night, but it wasn't at night. It's just, you're in this giant underground cavern. And that's why the smell and the sound seems familiar to you, because you spent a majority of your life growing up in a place just like this. And you're kind of glad you didn't put your gear on just yet, because, it's a good, probably, I would say 750 feet down to the bottom of to the lake, the dark underground lake that's below you. And the water must have just rushed to that open end of the tunnel and splashed straight down into the other lake. And you think that this giant underwater lake at some point must be fed by underwater streams and underwater rivers, and even potentially that enormous lake in the mountains.
All right. Well, anybody fancy a fly?
She
I
looks
don't
to
see any other way of
Milo.
doing this.
Would you say, Sindri?
Probably wait for my.
I don't see any other way we're going to do this, so yes.
So you all get the sense that this tunnel must continue on to a point where it finds a way down. But during a lot of time that has passed, something caused it to collapse, and at least a portion of it. And so, yeah, this is your best way. So how are you guys going to do this flight? What's the plan?
I'm taking Milo down.
All right. So how are you
Transformed Milo.
going to accomplish that? He can't transform in this tunnel. The tunnel's like basically, a hallway, a corridor.
Yeah, Shay's gonna move. Go ahead, Milo. Jump and transform.
Oh, and then you're just going to jump down onto him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Merrik, do you want me to twin cast?
I mean, I imagine we could do like before, where you ride on Milo and Thyra. Are these?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we save your
if-
spells, Mr. Sindri.
Okie dokie.
Before we take flights, I've never flown with my feathers wet. So if you could help dry those off really quick.
Pulls his dagger out.
Prestidigitation. Dry off the
Overall,
dry off the wet angel lady. Okay.
And then scoop up Merrik once my wings are dry.
You don't mind? I'd rather not be cradled. You just grab wrist to wrist and hang on. Yeah.
We can give it a shot, but
Yeah.
it's
Fair.
awkward to fly that way. I assumed you'd rather be cradled than put you on my hip.
All right.
You could always go butt to butt. So she flies and then you, horse ride her down there?
No. Oh, I'm not doing that. I like it though, but I
Just
don't
a
like
suggestion over being cradled. Sindri's
gonna need-
also pissing himself laughing.
Gonna need to remedy this soon. Should have bought those fucking boots.
I
That's
did
scary.
offer to just twin cast.
So are you guys going to gear up first?
Yes.
I mean, I've only got to put my boots on.
It's yeah, in your gear you may sink to the bottom, but at least you have water breathing on you right now. So if you for some reason fall into the lake.
Yeah.
The under.
Yeah, no Thero Donner armor,
Gotcha.
all over gear and stuff.
And I'm assuming that when you guys, all right, so he hovers just right below and you jump down. Roll me an acrobatics check.
$23.
All right, you easily make that. And you're on this now, and Sindri is gonna also jump down onto.
Jumping down, he's not overly keen on. He's gonna cast fly on himself.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Well,
Like
while
he was
Shay's
all for the
waiting
ride
for
and
them,
then
she's
saw Shae jump.
riding
Went-
Milo around in the air.
Okay. All right, and then Thyra is gonna fly. Basically, you all fly into this enormous, dark cavern, this mythically large cavern, with a giant underwater lake and the keep in the distance. Oh, I meant to describe that at the bottom of
Blackreach.
the keep. So it looks like it's basically a 3-story tower, flat square style keep tower that again looks like it was kind of sculpted out of the rock face of the cliff. And at the bottom of it are 2 large basically like sconces. And one of the light sources is that apparently magical continuous flame is on them because they're glowing an eerie kind of blue-green glow. And so you all start flying towards, and that's like right at the edge of the shoreline, and right there by those 2, they are flanking what appears to be the front door to this keep. And you all start flying down, and it takes a while because it's a good distance, like I said, 750 feet. And once you're down there, you land on the shoreline next to these old glowing wooden, basically they're like giant torches, as it were, there's sconces. And I think there's a name for them, but it escapes me at the moment. And they're the stone shape, again, now that you're looking at it closer, just like I said, there's no seams. It wasn't made by putting bricks and mortar or anything like that.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody shaped this straight out of the stone using magic. You suspect it was probably the druid and or maybe even a team effort. Who knows? But just as you alight on the shoreline and are looking around and seeing this, the dark black. It seems like the lake is so big you don't see the end of it, right? It just kind of goes off into the vastness of the darkness of the cave. And it seems just as black, although there's a slight sheen to it, of course, because it's water. And it seemed to be just completely untouched, but suddenly something breaks the water surface. You all hear it. And something out of your nightmares emerges from the water. Let me see if I can find a good description of this.
Sorry, I just a bite.
Take it, we're gonna roll for initiative.
Okay, I guess I should just switch to that scene now because it's kind of obvious.
How long are we going today?
You think that maybe this was a guardian that they knew was here, or maybe it's something that has made this place its home sometime between then and now. See if I can.
Why so sad in the booth? Sad bagel. Well, not sad, just staring bagel.
Staring into your soul.
I think he's actually staring at the PC. He watches
Big
What Legal
colors.
It's kind of hard to describe this thing.
It's not done.
But let me grab my notebook and figure out Yeah.
Come here then.
Yes.
Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah, I can find a picture. I don't know if it's a good picture, but I can definitely find a picture. And so,
You just
So
don't
what's-
care. Any attention is fine.
all right, so let's do the initiatives real quick before I give you the description. Shae,
22.
Thyra,
7.
Merrik,
19.
Sindri,
12. First shit roll of the night.
First of many or first of no more?
I'm not saying.
Good one.
That's my
Alrighty.
first sub 10 roll tonight.
Um,
And I did use a different dice that I've been using all night, so I fucked it.
Go back to the
it
others.
just might be a description in
Just out of curiosity. The other one's a 5 now. So, yeah. I fucked the luck on that dice.
Because you abandon it.
Oh, you don't want to fucking use me? Well, fuck you. Here's a 5. Oh, tired boo. Oh.
I'm going to see if I can read this in a way that's not to give it too much away. Since I'll just say that before the coming of the gods, these creatures lurked in primordial oceans and underground lakes. They reached out with their minds and seized control of the burgeoning life forms of the mortal realm, making these creatures their slaves. Their dominance made them like gods. Then the true gods appeared, smashing their empire and freeing their slaves. That doesn't give me a description of what it looks like, though. So I guess I'll just have to... And at least in the old days of D&D, they gave you a description that you could read too. And I'm just gonna have to show you the picture. So what's amazing about this thing is it's swimming up out of the lake, but let me double check that before I tell you wrong. Yeah, I was about to do something wrong. All right, yeah, it's
A description in the 3.5 or 3.0 monster manual that we have?
yeah, maybe, but yeah, it's true because that would ruin it. I know what I can do, Phil. I got it. If I click on the picture, cover up the words, let you see the picture. So it's this thing is massive, the size of a giant squid. It's roughly 20 feet long and probably 6,500 pounds. So it's a monster of monsters.
Anyone for calamari?
Uh,
Because I'm gonna deep fry this fucker.
Yeah, so this fucker comes out and you all get the sense, actually all of you need to make me a charisma saving throw.
Charisma.
If you're within 10 feet of me, don't forget you get an additional 3.
You all are within 10 feet of her.
We get an additional plus what?
3.
And you said wisdom?
Charisma.
So I'm gonna use this because that's gonna be the best bet.
It gets the closest thing in accurate size.
Oh no, I did that wrong.
Or it might be the easiest way to draw it. Yeah, I guess I'll draw it over here. Imagine this is the shoreline. This is the keep jutting out of the rocks. Those torches. Your group. Milo would still be in this form. But you'll still have to activate him for combat mode. Don't worry. Echo did not fall off the table.
So we're all supposed to be within 10 feet of Thyra.
Yeah. Here, we'll just say the cheapest roof centered. Like this. And the creature coming up out of the water. All right, so let's start off with you. What was your charisma saving throw?
I got a 26, Milo got a 22.
Okay. Here's a sec. Technically, I'm kind of doing this out of order, but that's all right.
Sorry, 23 for
So,
Milo.
what happened is it comes out of the water, and you hear in your head, "What new prey is this?" And that's when you get the sense that it's probing your mind. And you got those. What did Sindri get?
30.
3-0?
Yes.
Makes sense. You have an insane charisma. Yeah. Merrik?
19.
Thyra?
22.
All right. Well, Merrik, you just barely got it. That was exactly the DC. You all resisted this thing probing your mind for your greatest fear and weakness. But it's not going to keep you from trying to do stuff to you. So, it obviously sees you as food, as prey. Okay, you get to go first.
How far is it away from me?
Whatever you see there.
Ooh, Shae gets to use her new weapon. So Shae's gonna take out her two weapons, her two rapiers, and she's gonna make her way up and start swinging at it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so she's going in just full-on aggressive mode.
Yes. That fish.
So, all right, you can attack a portion of it, potentially. I mean, it's a big creature, so what's Milo going to do?
Milo's going to activate for battle.
Okay.
And then move to where he can hit but not get in mysterious way. There we go. Okay, so Shay's gonna go first. First attack. I don't think I hit with the 14.
Correct, that does not hit.
Okay, my extra attack. That's a 16.
16 total to hit?
Yes.
Does not hit.
Okay. Now Milo's going to attempt to bite and claw.
Okay.
No, not with a 9 on the bite.
Okay.
And not with the 9 on the claw either.
Oh no.
Okay.
I rolled 2 2s.
All right.
Are you doing okay,
you
StarKitty?
made the.
Are you doing okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm fine.
Just checking.
Random cough.
All right. So Merrik.
All right. Merrick's gonna seize this opportunity and cast at 5th level Lightning Bolt. And I am going to angle in such a way that the line also hits the water before it hits the target. Because he's in water and I'm casting Lightning Bolt at 5th level, baby.
Okay. I'm
So
going to
dex
say,
save, DC
because of the way
18.
you're doing it and he's in the water, that he'll have disadvantage on his reflex save.
Okay. DC is 18.
Or dexterity save. Hmm.
Three D6.
Okay. DC 19 dexterity saving throw,
18.
correct?
DC 18.
18, okay.
With disadvantage.
I don't think it's gonna matter. Yeah. So it failed its save.
Okay. So that's, since it's 5th level, that's 10d6.
Yep.
So I have 10, 20, 30, 5, 38. 38 damage.
38 points of electrocute the shit out of the fish damage.
Feel good to get that out, Drew.
Yes.
So how much was it?
36 to 38.
38.
38.
38 points.
38 points damage? Okay. It seems to take all the damage, from what you can tell. I mean, you've never...
What?
Like, I'm gonna... You can roll an arcane knowledge, an arcana, both of you guys who have arcana, and you can roll nature. I don't know. You can roll religion if you have religion.
Or history?
I mean, you can roll history. I don't think you'll hit the DC, but you can try.
I whiffed.
Okay.
24.
23.
Yeah. Not even close. This thing is so foreign to you guys that it's like, what is this? You've never heard of anything, no legends of something like this. Just something scary, a scary nightmare of epic proportions. All right, so it took a lot of electrical damage, and now it is going to, hang on.
It is going to wait until I transcend with Echo as my bonus action.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized you were at, I'm gonna,
Was I in the wrong order of initiative?
What's your, okay, so since you have a higher dexterity, I meant to do this, sorry. I'm upgrading you to a 20. It rolled the same thing that you did for initiative, but you have a higher dexterity. So I'm upgrading you to a 20 to a 19. So it's going to take its lair action on your turn. I still let you go first on your turn, obviously, but you pissed it off because you got its attention big time. Suddenly, you guys see it look at Merrik, and its multiple eyes start glowing. And I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw, Merrik.
You're within 10 feet of me?
Yeah,
Yes.
nobody's.
I'm the only one that's moved.
That's a what?
That's a natural 20 on the die, plus 4 plus 3, so 27.
All right. You, for a brief moment, felt it like almost seize control of your mind. You as an arcane knowledge spell, you get the sense that it was some sort of mental enslavement, like a crazy type of charm effect, but you resisted it. And then at the end of your turn, it's going to take a legendary action. It's gonna. It's gonna whip its tail around at Milo.
Since it is still my turn, I know he's doing his his legendary action.
No, he's doing this at the end of your turn. So if you're doing something, you need to tell me before. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna use words because I've done all the actions that I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's this thing is psychic. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it simple.
Gotcha. The tail swipe. Is that 23 hit Milo?
Yes.
All right. Milo gets hit for 18 points of damage by the tail slap.
Oh, this thing done pissed off Jay.
So you guys notice that it seems to be crazy powerful, taking actions on other people's turns. It did both a lair and legendary action, and now it is actually its actual turn. It is going to attempt to. It's going to move farther up. And it's going to tentacle attack Shae, the big shiny lady, and the mage that hit it with lightning. So
In that order?
yes. So attack on Shae first. Does a 19 hit you?
19
Meets, so exactly hits you. All right. And then against Thyra, rolled a natural 19 plus its pluses, so that's a hit. Against,
And then
yeah,
it's Merrick's within 5 feet of me.
yeah.
I'm going to use my reaction to impose disadvantage on his attack against Merrick.
Okay,
I have the shield,
Right.
the protection. Yeah.
right. Disadvantage, perfect. All right. Attacking Merrik. Check that out, baby.
Ooh.
You better be glad you did disadvantage. I rolled a 20 and a 1.
Oh, nice.
So
Out of
that was
curiosity,
great. That was great
Nope.
timing.
I'm not going to ask.
And I am going to rule that. So the first 2 attacks do connect, but the third one is a fumble. So I'm gonna roll the damage on the first 2 attacks on each of you, and then I'm gonna roll its fumble on the table. So the damage first off, though. All right, gotta do the damage against Shae. Wow, that was the lowest roll ever. 9 points of damage. Against Thyra. Wow, that's almost max damage. 18 points of damage. And then both of you need to roll me Constitution saving throws.
$19.
Okay, what'd you get?
17.
Wow, Exacxies. You guys resisted the weird mucus disease that this thing was trying to infect you with, and you're not sure what it would have done to you. But it's got this slimy mucus membrane that felt like a disease trying to infect your body. You could like feel your immune system shaking it off. Now, it's fumble. $51 is, oh wow, not bad. So it kind of, as it fumbles against Merrik, because you imposing disadvantage with your shield, it kind of flops over to the side and is stunned for 1 round. So,
But you smack on it.
yeah, you guys got a chance to really pour on the whatever you're gonna plan on doing.
Yeah.
And then that is, so that was the creature's turn. I haven't told you guys what it is yet, right? I haven't actually slipped, right? Cool. Sindri's next.
I am going to cast Immolation on the beast.
Okay.
It needs to make a dex save, but if it's stunned, can it?
I don't think.
Let me double check in 3.5, it's obvious for sure, but let me double check 5e, because it's a little weird that way sometimes. Because stunned isn't the same thing as incapacitated, which you'd think it kind of would be, but the stunned creature is incapacitated, can't move and can't speak, only falteringly. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attacks against to have advantage. All right.
Okay, so it takes 7d6 of fire damage,
Okay.
and then it takes 3d6 on each turn thereafter. has a chance to save
So
on its turn.
each turn thereafter is because of if it fails.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna choose to use its legendary resistance this one time because it has it, so it's going to succeed on its saving throw, despite the situation, just because it has legendary resistance. It's not like it succeeded in moving out of the way of your spell, but the legendary resistance gives it some sort of extra resistance to the magical effect. So
Does it still take half damage?
yeah, it's still gonna take half damage though.
Yeah.
I need to make a note. I've used up one. I was like, where'd BT go? And then I realized he's bent over.
Pretty but nice. They're on the floor at the minute because I've nowhere else to roll them.
We need to buy you one of these things.
It's true.
Your ass
Yeah.
try.
Dice tray.
24 fire damage plus whatever my charisma modifier is. 5. So
The 29 divided by 2, right?
29 divided by 2.
All right, so 15 points of fire damage. Okay. All right. Thyra, you're up, madam. Your attacks have
I'm going
advantage.
to. Yes. I'm going to bonus action Giant Smite.
Okay. Hooah! She goes big. Go big or go home, she says.
And now Sindri's within 10 feet of me, right?
Yeah, he already was anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. I got 19 on the die
Do what?
To hit?
to hit.
Oh, you're
swing,
attacking.
swing.
I didn't hear you say you were
Yes.
attacking. Okay, so you're attacking. Gotcha. That hits for sure.
Would you rather me roll both my attacks
Yeah.
first and then?
You're,
okay.
you're not going to kill it with the first attack.
I know, but I'm just double checking.
Mm.
And then I got a natural 20 for the second one, which is where I will be using my Divine Smite at second level.
Okie dokie.
So my first attack. $18 points of damage for my first attack.
18, you said?
18.
Okay.
So then my second one is the one with the Divine Smite. So it's all base dice. So
What are the base dice?
You have a question, BT?
Is taking the legendary resistance an action to do?
No.
Okay. Just because it was stunned, I wanted to suss that out.
No, I appreciate you asking. It's just a special trait that you can basically, it literally just says if the ancient aboleth fails a saving throw,
just said
you can choose to succeed instead.
You just said what
Fair
it
enough.
was.
Oh, I just ruined it.
I will say I've never heard of it or seen it as a player, so it's all eldritch to me.
Well said.
Amazing.
This is sort of like a D&D Cthulhu in a way, like, you know, sort of Cthulhu-esque. Not exactly, but yeah.
Oh,
What?
that's sad.
Can't hear her for some reason. What?
I got 68 points of damage. 68.
That's a bummer.
I'm bummed because it's not 69. So
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Wow, 68 points of damage. Okay.
You definitely got its attention.
Does it know that it was her? It's pretty stunned.
I mean, it may be stunned, but it's not unconscious. So.
I know. I'm
Oh,
being
I
silly.
see. You're making it. Okay, I missed. Okay. So that was Thyra's, the bottom of the round. Top of the round is Shae.
Yay! Shae is going
You did bonus
to.
action,
Shae is mad because this thing hit Milo, so she's gonna go full attack.
Okay.
Damage is damage since. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. I lied. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Just kidding. I thought I did my radiant consumption, but I didn't.
22 for the first attack.
22. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. Second attack. Another 22. And then my bonus action will be my offhand attack. That is a 27 for the third one.
Sorry, what was the second one?
22, 22, 27 for my 3 attacks.
Yeah, obviously 27 hits if 20. Yeah, so all 3 hit.
Okay.
Don't you have 4 attacks now with the special saber? Or am I misremembering that thing's ability?
Well, I mean, I already have extra attack because I got that as a ranger. So the scimitar grants me an extra attack. So I didn't know if those stacked or not.
I'm pretty sure.
They do
I'm pretty
stack.
sure.
Because I said
Yeah.
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like the whole point
It's one
of
of
it.
the main
Yeah. So
reasons
you
why we
have,
got it.
you have, you should have, well, I don't know. You've done 3 attacks?
total.
Yeah.
So normally without your ranger thing, you'd have 2 attacks because you're dual wielding, right?
Yes.
Then you don't have an extra attack for your level yet, do you? Or do you?
I already do.
So that's why you have the 3 attacks.
Yeah.
So then this would give you a 4th attack. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the sword itself gives you an extra attack when you make the attack action with that sword, and then you
Right.
can then
Well,
attack.
I don't think this one hit anyways. I rolled a 5 and a 4, so
What's the 5 total?
plus 9.
Yeah, no, the 4th one doesn't hit.
Okay, so that is 1d8,
And a nat 20.
3d8.
4, 5d8, 68, 78.
Man, that fumble that stunned it, that's
Really?
made this fight almost trivial, but this thing is a beast. This thing can tear you guys apart.
Yeah, I wish I had
thinks it
rolled
can.
better, but this 19 damage total.
Huh? From 3 attacks?
Wait, no, sorry. Add another 10, 29.
Okay. I'm like, Japanese zombie. Oh, octopus is cute. All right. So that was Shae. It's now Merrik's turn.
Merrik is looking at wants to end this now. I know that won't be the case, but he's like, Sindri, let's try this fucking thing. And he's gonna come up and he's just gonna fucking lightning bolt again. This time he's gonna crank it up a notch and he's gonna hit it with the 6th level.
Okay.
He sees an opportunity, he's gonna take it. But this time, Merrik is gonna. I'm gonna take like 10 steps to the left.
I was
So
gonna
I
say,
make sure
that
that
you probably, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so
I want to shift a
10
little bit.
steps. You mean 10 feet? Oh, you forgot to have Milo go. Have Milo go then.
Yeah. Mile ago, yeah. There we go. And then I'm gonna go.
Then you're gonna lightning bolt
Yeah,
up.
he can finish his turn. I forgot to have Milo attack.
Oh, you want to have Milo attack?
So you're 68 points of damage. How the heck did you get to that number? Was it because of
She critted.
Because it was a
5th
Oh,
level.
you
critic.
critted and your divine smite?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no,
How many
she's-
dice does your divine smite add on?
3d8 for a 2nd level.
So
3d8. I don't know, it just seems like an insane amount of damage, but cool. All right, I'm gonna trust you use a calculator, so.
Hit it.
I watched it.
No, I know you did, I saw. That's what I'm saying, I'm gonna trust because you used a calculator.
You can finish your turn, Fate. I'll just have Milo go after you.
That's true, you could order him to delay and attack after.
We've got no. That's this. That's this. That's this. Oh, dude, I. Oh my God, this is gross.
By the way, I am going to use up its second of 3 legendary resistances.
30, 40.
I would have had it use it on that first lightning bolt too, but I figured it was a little bit kind of rusty because it's been sitting alone in the dark for so long.
He got hit with the big 5-0 there, buddy.
5-0?
5-0.
5-0.
50 damage. 50 damagios.
Any legendary resistance did.
So that's still half damage, right? Is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm doing 25 damage to it.
It's basically just makes the save.
Mm-hmm. You know what else Merrik has that's really, really cool? His Quicken spell. So he's getting the second one.
Okay. So you're going to use some sorcery points or whatever to quicken the spell to do a second one?
Yep.
Okay.
And do a second one. And I'm going to do 2, 4, 6, 8. There we go. Okay. Merrik doesn't like this thing at all. It's creepy. This one not nearly as good. That's okay. That's 10. That's... $34.
It's gonna save its 3rd legendary resistance.
And then
Milo's
I will...
gonna go after Merrik.
I mean, you're done, right? Because your quicken spell, doesn't that use up your bonus action?
I can still use my movement to get back within 10 feet of Thyra.
Oh yeah. I mean, you are still within 10 feet of Thyra, but okay. You're not. You're off by one. I see.
Yep.
So you want to go right there? Right.
Yep.
Okay. Man, you guys are pounced on this Guardian of the Depth.
Milo's first attack. It's 22.
That hits.
It's his bite, and then his claw. Claw doesn't hit. I rolled 2 5s.
Gotcha.
So his bite is 2d10 plus 4. That's what it says.
I believe you.
9 plus 4 is 13.
Okay. All right. So Merrik's done, and the creature's done. I'm gonna say at the end of no, it was stunned. So now it's its turn. It's unstunned. It won't be able to take the legendary and stuff actions till later. But it can take its regular actions. So, They're really hurt it hard. suddenly it looks at Thyra, and it's like its head starts to glow, and almost like a beam of energy comes out of that glow on top of its head, and kind of envelops Thyra. Thyra, go ahead and roll me a intelligence saving throw.
My favorite. We really fucking hate this thing.
Oh, God. Yeah, we do.
Natural 20
So I didn't hear
for
you.
a 20, natural 20 for a 24 total.
All right, so you won't be incapacitated, but you are going to take half damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Take this one. 7. I need 6d8, if you don't mind.
I have 3.
Really?
Yeah, my dice is in the office.
Thanks. So, just like what Sindri had described, this thing kind of reaches through into your mind, showing you the realms of outer darkness, of nightmare and terror that you only can possibly barely imagine. And luckily you made your save. It was a good time, because otherwise you would have been incapacitated until the end of its next turn. But you're not incapacitated, but you're going to take half of 14d8.
Damn.
I'm going to try and roll these separate so I don't get them confused. Is this one?
That's rough.
No, those are all yours, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Of all people, though, I still have more HP than you do.
Why you gotta?
Because you had more HP last campaign.
We had tons of HP last campaign, and you had tons of temporary hit points you refused to fucking use halfway through the campaign for no reason. Come at me.
Take every opportunity. Good.
Guys in within striking distance.
Hold on, I just gotta throw hands really quick.
Stupid fuck. Ow.
3 hands.
You're taking half of 70 points of damage. You'll take 35 points of damage. Get your, I think, is yours back? Oh, and this one. Does that seem right?
No. This one is yours. Give me the.
Have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello there.
And it's also going to Tentacle Merrik, attempt to anyway.
Oh, you're not within 5 feet of me.
Are you gonna? Oh yeah. What's your AC, Merrik?
Currently it's 22.
Okay. Let's see, 23 gets there.
Shield as a reaction.
Alrighty. And then a tail slap against Shae. 28 should get there.
Yep.
14 points of damage. And I guess that's it for its turn. Now we're back to Sindri. I completely forgot to do its lair action on initiative 20. Damn. Oh no, it was stunned. It couldn't. Yeah.
I am in two minds about what to do here. Now, this thing's partially in the water, out of the water, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, it's half in and half out. Yes.
I'm gonna cast Sleet Storm on it to freeze the water, so it's locked in place.
I mean, I don't know if it'll lock it in place. It will definitely reduce its movement and stuff for sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So does Sleet Storm also do damage?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
No damage, but ground is covered with slick ice, so it'll be like some of its tentacles would be frozen in place, was my thinking.
Yeah. No, it's good thinking. What I'll do is I'll say it moves at half speed and has disadvantage on its physical attacks.
Now, obviously, the actual spell would be that it falls over, but it's obviously not going to be able to do that because it's
right
in and out.
Yeah. It's giant. It's in a giant area of slushy, ice. Part of it's slushy, part of it's hard. Yeah.
It's heavily
Anything
obscured,
else?
so it can't see us.
Yeah.
Oh
wait, it can't see because. Oh yeah, it's a sleet storm. Yeah. Okay. What's the radius of the sleet storm?
It's a 40-foot radius.
Okay.
I want the edge of
put
the spell to be on the shore. So as the water meets the shore, that's where the edge of the spell is going to be. Mainly because I can't see the board as to where 40 feet goes, so I figured that's a good way to say it.
Like that. Good move. Good thoughts.
Great move.
And I'll also... No, I won't do anything because it'll get an attack of opportunity.
Oh shit, is it? Oh wow, okay. Alright, anything else?
Yeah, we are running a little late.
Yep, that's where I'll leave it.
Okay. And Thyra.
I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry, at the
bonus
end of
action
Sindri's turn, this thing is going to attempt to use its enslavement lair action. I'm just basically delaying it by a turn. Basically, I'm taking up its legendary action with its lair action. Basically, effectively a wash. But it's going to attempt to enslave you again, Thyra. Go ahead and roll me a charisma saving throw. It's interesting that its lair version and its action version use different saving throws.
Action version.
Yeah, action version. So anyway, roll me your charisma saving throw. 6. Oh, ouch. Okay. So now, Thyra, you have fallen under the aboleth's control until the aboleth's next lair action. So any creature that succeeds on the saving throw or for, let's see, all right. Who did I target with the lair action before?
Me.
The first time?
No. The first time.
Was the first lair action when he attacked?
When he probed our minds, when he at the beginning?
No, that wasn't a lair action. It was during that first round of combat. It was on your turn, effectively. Remember, he used a lair action to try and enslave one of you. Who was it that he did that?
Which was Thyra.
It was Thyra?
Yeah, Thyra's the only one that's tried to enslave.
Where I had to make, if having to make an intelligence saving throw, I'm the only one that's had to do that.
Yeah, he tried to.
Oh, no, that
reach
was
into
its
my
attack
mind.
on its turn for a psychic
then it
twisting attack damage. I'm
then the other
talking
one-
about the lair action.
It might have
The
been
other one
Merrik.
then might have been me in trying to give me my deepest, darkest fear, where I had to do a. wisdom save?
No, that's the beginning. Earlier, the probing telepathy thing. Go ahead, BT. What?
Does it need to be able to see to do this?
No. So the thing is I appreciate you asking though, because that could have been a thing. I'm pretty sure it was against Thyra. Like when we did the lair action, right? At the beginning of, so it was on initiative 20, which was on your turn, and then at the end of your turn, it did a legendary action, and which was the tail swipe, right? But on that turn earlier, I'm pretty sure it tried to take control of Thyra.
Yeah, it's trying to take control
this
of
is the second
Thyra.
time.
This is the second time it's tried.
So no, actually I can't then, because for the lair version of this thing, it would know, it wouldn't try and do the same one, because if you resist it, you're immune to it for 24 hours. So I'm gonna,
Fuck yeah.
so
Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm gonna target it on.
Oh, good. Oh.
Yeah, I guess the other, man, Thyra has done the most, but I don't know, but man. I guess it would go after Merrik since he double casted spells.
I
Go ahead and-
I would argue that it would try to go for me because I pissed it off initially, and I've been really angering this thing.
Yeah.
So
And I
do you need me to do?
Conveniencing it.
I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw, please.
Charisma.
charisma.
Yeah, charisma.
I had to make an intelligence though.
No. The intelligence saving throw was against its psychic twisting damage attack, the 14D. He's not doing that. The enslavement was a charisma saving throw. I promise you, when you look back at the video,
No,
you'll see what I'm
you're
talking
good.
about.
Okay. And then I get a +3 because I'm within 10 feet of you.
Yes.
Okay. 22.
You guys are always super lucky on your saving throws. Most of the time. Not always, but all right.
Did
So
I just
you
barely
resist
straighten out
its
that one?
enslavement. And that was on, it's done. Now you can take your, no, who is it? Sindri can take his
Me.
turn.
Sindri took his turn.
I've
It's
already
Sindri
my
got
took his
mine.
turn. So it is, oh right, this was at the end of Sindri's turn. So yeah, Thyra,
Yes.
you're up.
As a bonus action, I'm going to use my Vow of Enmity, and I'm going to say to it, I cannot wait to send you back to the depths in which you came. And I now have advantage on all of my attack rolls against him until it drops to 0 HP. And I'm going to swing.
Roll it.
Nice.
16.
You have advantage on it anyway. Well, no, not necessarily anyway. It was going to have a disadvantage on its physical attacks because of the slushy ice. But yeah.
Yeah. And we had advantage when it was stunned. Now she's giving herself firm advantage.
Yeah.
27 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, second attack. Uh, 18 on the die.
Okay.
So
Both
attack
hit.
hit. I'm going to Divine Smite first level for my last hit.
Okay.
Might as well do it.
Yeah. I feel like doing Divine Smite on the last hit, like in a chain, is always like the.
Just roll all the damage all together.
Okay, I'll give it to you all together. Don't worry. I'm going to. I just have to math now. That's shitty.
I didn't realize it was so late. I'm sorry, guys. This went longer than I guess it's weird. I guess we ended up RPing a little longer than I thought.
One part I missed on the sleet storm, Stormy. If it's ever concentrating, it's got to make a con save to maintain concentration immediately.
Gotcha. I don't think it has any concentration abilities, but thank you for bringing that
I
up.
figured I'd mention it just because I've read it then.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because it could have. Some of its abilities sound like they would need concentration.
Total damage for both hits is 47,
Okay.
Including Divine Smite.
including Divine Smite.
Cool.
All right. It's you know, you're not. It's so tore up at this point that you're not sure if you would want to eat this kind of calamari. But anyway. All right. Back to the top of the round then, Shae.
Shae is going to swing. First attack does not hit. I rolled a 4. Second attack does not hit. I rolled a 2.
Come on now.
Third attack. That's a 19 plus 9.
Okay. She pokes it right in the eye. It was at 2 hit points.
Can't see its eye. It's in the sleet storm.
Well,
Shae just jabs it. She's like,
yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it's in the sleep storm. Well, no, you would have been able to get parts of it that aren't in the sleep storm.
Yeah.
It slips into the darkness of the water as its corpse slips into the water. And I'm assuming you let the sleep storm go away.
I will.
You guys,
Sleet storm, yes.
Action search. We killed it
I
in
killed
3 rounds.
I dealt a total of 15 damage.
You dealt the total of what?
15. That's it.
hey, damage is damage.
You did the sleet storm, which was super helpful.
You also, with the giants, what you did was super clever. So don't feel bad, dude. You just haven't found the right moment. It will be yours. You guys
Oh, Shae.
tore that shit up.
Shae's waiting for Sindri to transform into his dragon form again.
So the ancient aboleth defeated. You all now stand before the keep of the what's their name again? The Noble Chancery. You stand before the keep of the Noble Chancery, the adventuring group of past legendary heroes that Merrik's character grew up hearing stories about, and his heart beats faster in anticipation and the fact that he's coming down off an adrenaline from fighting that nasty monster. But yeah, that's where we'll leave off for next time.
Also, the last thing is I look at Sindri and go, I smell like burnt meat and ozone. Please help. It's much stronger than I thought.
I suppose you gave me your eyeball.
I think you did more than 15 damage because you hit him with 2 spells. You had to have done more than 15. One of them was half damage.
I hit him with immolation. That was the 15 damage.
So the only 2 spells you cast for immolation and the sleet storm?
Yep.
We only did 3 rounds.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you guys were rolling fucking hot, like stupid hot, with your saving throws and your hits. I don't believe you guys sometimes. I'm kidding.
Pretty
Huh?
I was rolling
Yeah,
pretty bad.
she was rolling pretty awful.
Like 4. 5. Damn it.
All right, well done though.
Damage.
With that,
To be
guys.
fair,
Oh,
could have ended completely differently if that first roll everyone didn't pass. That could
That's
have
true.
completely tipped
Its
it all
fumble
over.
really helped. Yeah. Too.
Oh, I
thank
meant
you.
when we entered and we had to make the save straight away.
Yeah.
I
What?
have a raid suggestion.
Okay.
Bubba.
Bubba, hell yeah. It's not like I ever get to raid Bubba, so of course we'd do that. Not even a second choice, a second thought. All right, everybody. Thank you all for joining us.
Hang out with Bubba.
We adore you. Thank you for joining us for DragonMetal Saga, and we'll be back again next Saturday. And don't forget that we got B&B on Friday, and all the other fun stuff going on. Love you all, guys.
I'm back
Love you
tomorrow.
all.
Oh yeah, by the way, congratulations, Random Cosmic Core.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Where we? What? I missed it. Where were we congratulating him for?
Got engaged.
Officially engaged.
Holy crap!
Oh,
That's
congrats.
amazing.
He
That's
posted a picture
incredible.
of.
Congratulations, buddy.
That's
I
what
posted
you
in
meant by
Discord.
people getting wild in Discord.
Right on.
I tried to. Yeah.
Good
Oh,
job,
yeah,
buddy.
baby.
Good job.
But yeah, if you're not already a member of Stormy's Discord, join the Discord. Congratulate Random Cosmic Core. They did post it in Discord, so.
Cool. Right on.
Ooh, is Bubba playing Oblivion?
Yeah, he's
Remastered?
playing Oblivion Remastered because it was gifted to him.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Let's go share some love for the great Bubba. We love him dearly.
Yes.
Fellow streamer Stormkeep. Bye bye,
Hey,
everybody.
guys.
Good night. Have a good one. Bye.